of School of Communication. He later became Dean of Communication Studies at Wisconsin University, Ghana. His public service and leadership roles include serving as a Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, 1982 to 1984, Chairman of the Graphic Communications Group Limited, 2012-2018, and a member of the National Media Commission. Professor Kekari started his journalism career with various local newspapers in the US, including the Augusta Weekly and Africa News, before returning to Ghana in 1979 to begin his academic career. A committed freedom of expression and social justice activist, he founded and led the Media Foundation for West Africa, has consulted for UNESCO, ECOWAS, and served on the Press Freedom Commission of South Africa and other international and human rights organizations, and organized journalism workshops across Africa. A trained teacher, Professor Kekari studied at Commander Training College, an advanced teacher training college, now University of Education, Winneba, before earning a BA in philosophy and political science from the City College of New York, and an MA in journalism from Columbia University. In 2023, the University of Ghana awarded him an honorary Doctor of Letters for his contribution to press freedom and journalism. A round of applause for him. Well, the next person of the committee who is currently present is H. Kwesi Prempeh. Has been... Okay. Executive Director of Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD, since 2019, having previously served as the Director of Legal Policy and Governance and a founding board member from 2003 to 2015. He was a tenured professor at Seton Hall University School of Law, USA. Time is not so much on our side. I've been directed to, as it were, somewhere. So a round of applause for Mr. Prempeh, Dr. Prempeh. Next on the line is Dr. Rina Akumperija. He's a founding partner at Partners and Associates, Accra-based law firm specializing in legal consultancy for corporate entities and international oil companies. With over a decade of experience in litigation, he has played a key role in a number of corporate mergers and joint ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for. So straight away, we won't waste much time. Let's go into the program, and we'll go for remarks by the committee's chairman. All right, Doctor. Okay.
The Honorable Charles Luanga Wazui, the Regional Minister, His Highness Paramount Chiefs, Service Commanders present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, welcome to this public engagement of the Constitution Review Committee. This is our third public zonal engagement. We began this series of zonal engagements last week with our first public engagement in Bolgatanga, followed by another public engagement in Tamale in the middle of last week. And today we are here in Wa for the third in our series of public engagement. We are very grateful this morning that you could make time to come here so that you could share with us your thoughts and perspectives on the governance of this country and how you might assist this committee to execute its mandate. The mandate of this committee, as assigned us by His Excellency the President, is to review the Constitution of Ghana, taking into account the previous work done by the Constitution Review Commission in 2010, the report of which is a foundational document for this committee, as well as other reports from similar exercises that have been done in the last few years, including one by our own sister Clara Kasati, the report of which we also have. We're supposed to take on board these various committee reports as well as look at past Ghanaian constitutions and then go out and meet with Ghanaians both where they live and work, as well as those who, in various capacities, have had a very close and intimate relationship with the working of this constitution. So since we were formed in January, late January of this year, we have indeed set out to execute our mandate accordingly. We started in Accra about March with a series of thematic engagements, stakeholder thematic engagements. We divided the Constitution's chapters into about 13 thematic areas and have held a round of meetings over the past few months with organizations, institutions, experts, and others who work in these various thematic areas. Areas like lands and natural resources, areas like local government and decentralization, the security services, the chapter on the judiciary, legislature, political parties, electoral commission. We've had meetings on all of these. We've also held meetings with identifiable interest groups, academia and the professional bodies, the media, business community and organized labor, military, police, security services, the clergy and faith community, and we are looking forward in the next few weeks to have a meeting with our chiefs at the National House of Chiefs in Kumasi. That would conclude the meetings with identifiable interest groups. Then we've held meetings with eminent persons. These are people we define to include those who, by virtue of the office they have held under the Fourth Republican Constitution, are exceptionally well placed to assist this committee with the experience that they've held at those levels. These have included President John Dramani Mahama. We have met President Kufuor, we have met President Kufuor, we have met Vice President Bawumia, we have met the current Speaker, Bagbin, we have met former Speaker Okwe, former Chief Justice, we've met many others who have held offices in the Council of State and who have been involved very closely in the working of this Constitution. Then the last but not the least, we decided that it would be incomplete. Our work cannot be complete without meeting Ghanaians, but meeting them where they live. Most of these earlier meetings were held in Accra because that's where you find all of these elite personalities. But our mandate requires us to step out of Accra and meet Ghanaians in the communities where they live and work. And this is why we are going around the country, have identified very important locations where we could find Ghanaians and where we would meet and have this conversation. So this is why we are here today in Wa, in the Upper West region. We decided to start from the northernmost part of the country and work our way backwards towards the south. So after this, we'll continue moving south until we are back in Accra. So thank you very much. Unlike some of our first meetings, the thematic meetings were organized around particular themes. So if we were having a meeting on chieftaincy, it would be only about chieftaincy. If we're having a meeting on corruption, we invite agencies and bodies working on corruption. This meeting is open-ended. which means you can talk about whatever you want. There is no limitation as long as the matter you believe affects the governance of this country. You are free to talk about it. It doesn't even have to be directly in the Constitution. If you think that there's a problem that the Constitution can help us to resolve, you can bring it up. Whether it's a local issue, it's a national issue, has to do with natural resources, land, the legislature, the judiciary, elections, however it is, political parties, please, you are welcome to raise it at this forum. So this is a very open-ended public forum, and you are free to engage us on this matter. Before we start the proceedings, however, we would like to invite the Honorable Regional Minister to give us some opening remarks. After that, we will start the conversation. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the Constitutional Review Committee. The chairperson of the Constitutional Review Committee, honorable members of the committee, the chief director, honorable metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives present, heads of departments, security agencies present, our revered traditional authority, members of the clergy, representatives of civil society, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor, profound sense of national duty that I welcome you all to the third zonal public engagement of the Constitutional Review Committee here in the beautiful and historic city of Wa, the heart of the Upper West region. On behalf of the chiefs and the good people of the region, I extend our deepest appreciation to the committee for selecting our region as a key venue for this important national exercise. Let me also convey our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his wisdom and foresight in reviving the process of constitutional review. Act that underscores his commitment to democratic consolidation, inclusion, and good governance. This initiative represents not just a legal undertaking, but a profound civic one, which is about the very soul of our nation, its values, its structures, and its future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the 1992 Constitution, while foundational in Ghana's Fourth Republic, was crafted at a specific historic juncture, which sought to restore democratic governance after periods of political instability. Over the past 3 decades, however, the Ghanaian society has evolved significantly. Our democratic journey has matured, our institutions have been tested, and our populations have become more sophisticated and dynamic. It is only logical and indeed responsible that the supreme law of the land reflects these emerging realities. This zonal engagement, therefore, is not a symbolic gesture. It is a solemn call to national introspection. It is an opportunity for every Ghanaian voice, young and old, elite and rural, men and women, to contribute to the reshaping of our constitutional identity. It is a civic moment we cannot afford to waste. To the good people of the Upper West region, today's engagement offers us an extraordinary platform to influence constitutional reforms that will touch on matters such as decentralization, separation of powers, electoral justice, natural resource governance, chieftaincy, national development planning, gender equality, youth empowerment, and integrational equity. As a lawyer myself, I know too well that constitutions are not merely legal documents. They are political covenants, social contracts that must reflect the lived experience and collective aspirations of the people they govern. Therefore, I urge all participants here to ask critical, relevant, and forward-looking questions. This is not the time for silence or spectatorship. Let your voices be heard, not only to identify what must be changed, but also to defend what has worked well under the 1992 Constitution. Indeed, this region has a unique experience that must not be left out of the national conversation. Issues of land tenure, equitable development, local governance autonomy, and inclusion of minority voices are all highly pertinent in our context and deserve clear constitutional reflection. To the esteemed Constitutional Review, permit me to acknowledge the clarity of purpose with which you have approached this national task. Your engagement with Ghanaians in every region affirms legitimacy of this process. But beyond the formal constitutions, I respectfully urge that careful attention be paid to substance of civil inputs, especially from historical, marginalized, and under-resourced regions like ours. True constitutionalism must be anchored in the principle of participatory democracy, not elite consensus. In addition to what will be said here today, allow me to share a few observations emerging from consultations at the regional level. Calls for an entrenched provision for equitable resource allocation to all 16 regions, especially those in the north, to bridge long-standing development gaps. 2, widespread support for the election of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executive to deepen local accountability and participation. This, I believe, must be carefully thought through as we continue today. Concerns over the excessive powers of the executive arm of government, particularly in political appointments, and the need for balancing through effective parliamentary oversight. A desire to constitutionally affirm the rights of persons with disability, women, and youth, not just as aspirational ideals, but enforceable guarantees. Recommendations for the restructuring of the Council of State to make it more effective, representative, and non-partisan in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate today, let us be reminded that we are shaping a constitution not just for our time, but for generations yet unborn. Let us be intentional, fearless, visionary in our contributions. Let our voices echo with the weight of responsibility and the agency of reform. This is a national duty, and history will judge us by how well we rise to it. In conclusion, I welcome the Constitutional Review Committee once again to the Upper West region and assure you of our full cooperation and thoughtful participation. May this engagement be fruitful, and may it serve as a beacon of democratic progress for the entire nation. Thank you, and may God bless us all. May God bless the Upper West region, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
That's the Upper West Regional Minister. I should have introduced him earlier. So, Mr. Charles Puizun, you're welcome. And then we also have his chief director here, Queen Mother Fatih Kore, Pona, they call it. Thank you very much. We also have some people here who must be acknowledged. Koro Isaka Zenge Kazie Tenje Lambuse Koro. Then we have Koro Osman Derwia Nangpa the third. Okay. If I'm real. Then we have some 7 commanders here. DDP Alhaji Tasimbedu Usman, ESK, Regional Commander, Prisons. We also have ACP Peter Kamasa, Deputy Regional Commander, Upper West Police. Let me also acknowledge the presence of all MMDCEs in the Upper West region here. I can see Alhaji Danwana in front here. Thank you for coming. Okay, so before we proceed, let me quickly mention that some of the members I didn't mention earlier are online who are also joining us. So we have Dr. Godwin Jokoto, who is online watching us as at now. We have Justice Sophia O.A. Adinyera. She's also part of the program. We also have Dr. ACE Ansa, she's a member. And then we also have Charlotte A. Kesson-Smith, who say she's a lawyer by profession. She's also a member. So as we move along, we now get into a very crucial point of the program. We are going to look at the general discussion and submissions. So I'll refer to the chairman if there's we'll proceed from here, from there. Okay, from there, you can take over.
Honorable Minister, thank you very, very much for those extremely thoughtful remarks. I would like to not just associate myself with every word that you uttered, but actually I wish I could adopt your remarks as mine, and maybe in subsequent zonal engagements, I probably will steal more than a line, probably almost all the words that you wrote down in those remarks. And these are extremely important remarks. You touched on essentially everything that we have to engage in this morning. You've made the work a lot easier, raised some of the very critical issues that we have actually encountered in these conversations around the country. Issues around natural resource allocation and governance, equitable regional development, election of MMDCs, and I took note of the caveats that you added, that this must be done very carefully. The executive powers of the president, and it would interest you to know that even the presidents themselves are concerned about that. So it's not, it's a very important point to note that the presidents that we have spoken to probably have some of the most critical comments to make about their own powers. So it's positive. It tells you that this process is indeed likely to lead to some positive change. Women's and the rights of persons with disability, these are recurring themes that have received a lot of attention in our meetings. And of course, last but not least, the Council of State. It's been one of the most topical issues that we have encountered. Really, I am most grateful to you for the remarks. If I had my own way, I would make you the 9th member of the committee. But I know that the region cannot sacrifice you, so you should remain here to do the good work you're doing. So the floor will be open. Mr. Moderator, the way we have proceeded is I will hand over to you. You will invite contributions from the audience, one after the other, and then you take a number of contributions, and then we can react. Then another round, and we react until basically you can organize it however you want, however you think makes it most efficient. We don't have written submissions. Normally in the Accra engagements, where we were doing it more thematically, we would start with a written submission, and then that would form like the anchor for the conversation. In our public engagements, we invite written submissions. You can give it to the committee, but you don't read it out. So when you come, even if you have a written submission, just summarize the thing you want to talk about, and then give your proposal. I think the minister was quite clear. This is a very specific assignment. We're looking for solutions to problems. So it's a problem-solving exercise. So we are not as much, we're interested in the problems, but even more so in what you propose as a remedy. And that would assist us the most. So it's okay to talk about the problem, but we really want answers to questions. So I'll hand over to you, and then you can take it from there. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me first of all find out language is not a barrier. since we have the ability to translate. Is that not it? Okay. So from here, we are just moving into action. Wherever you are, if you have any submission, question, or whatever, just call me. I'll just come there, and then we'll move ahead. You give your name, where you work, and very, very brief. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
And not disqualified by your status. Whether a paramount chief or service commander, you are free to speak. Right? Everybody. In Tamale, service commander speaking. We have the chiefs making contributions. In Bolga, the same. So it shouldn't matter your official status. This is a public engagement. Every Ghanaian is invited to. Yes. So, not just the commander, the service personnel too. So, even the regional minister can make up for it.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Mutaru Mumuni Mukhtar. I work as Executive Director for the West Africa Center for Counter-Extremism. I'll first of all like to thank the committee for the very impressive work they've been doing so far. I want to go straight away to talk about, or make some recommendations about the relationship between the executive and the legislature. There seems to be a very blurred relationship, or blurred lines between the work of the executive and the legislature. And that affects the issue or the reality of oversight. Governance is enhanced by the effectiveness of oversight institutions. And parliamentary or parliament's role, one of the biggest roles of parliament, is to ensure, effective oversight over governance. But because the constitution, requires or allows the president to choose 2/3 of his ministers from parliament, it undermines the capacity of parliament to exercise that oversight role. We've seen many, many instances of almost complicity of parliament in the wrongdoing of the executive. And it's largely because of the relationship and the nature of appointments of ministers from parliament. And so I would recommend directly that we have to review that provision that allows the president to choose 2/3 of members of parliament as ministers. To lower it to probably either 1/3 of members, or completely distinguish or separate legislature from parliament. Of course, that could be more expensive, a more expensive government to have a separate, legislature completely from executive, branch of governance, because it will be more expensive, cost-wise, provisional, logistics, and all of that. But in the interest of effective oversight, we need to ensure that separation to ensure good governance is upheld and the effective provision of governance services. Thank you.
All right. I've seen a hand here. Okay, let me see there. Once the clearance has been given. Okay, Commander.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will stand on the existing protocol espoused by my hard-working regional minister, Charles Poison Esquire. When we had the information that we were to meet the Constitutional Review Committee, I had a debate with my officers, and one thing that ran through our deliberation, after extensive deliberation, anyway, my name is DDP Alaji Osman Tasambedu Esquire. We came to the conclusion that when you look at the 1992 Constitution, Article 205, talks about the Ghana Prison Service. In the golden days of the Fourth Republic, we were under the chairmanship. When we talk about the Prison Service Council, it was being chaired by the Vice President. And then the deliberation we had, we came to addendum that we'll be very glad if you go back to the old system where the Vice President is the chairman of the Council of Prison Service Council. Humbly submitted. Thank you very much. But this is a personal view on the executive, and then as espoused by my colleague, I wish that we go back to 1979 Constitution where we had the split executive. If you are an executive, you are an executive. If you are a legislator, you go to parliament and then you make laws. If you are appointed as a minister,
It means that you will have to vacate your seat. A by-election is held, and then you take up your ministerial appointment. 1979 Constitution, the split executive system of government. Respectfully submitted. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Honorable James Wall, the DC for Dafiama Buse Issa District. I said my name is Honorable James Wall, the DC for Dafiama Buse Issa District. One of the bins in our country is corruption. My observation is that there are some institutions in Ghana or some department or agencies in Ghana that their activities, action or inaction, cause a lot of difficulties and usually lead to corruption. But I don't foresee stiffer punishment attached. If they are, I don't know because I'm deficient in the law. Take for one of the problems we have in Ghana is land ownership or land documentation. You can have an officer in land commission or whatever certifying 2-3 people to own the same land. Now, these individuals are in court fighting. And the individual that caused that mess is allowed to go scot-free. Because of that, we have a lot of problems in Ghana here. So I think that if an officer give the same title to about 3 individuals to own the same land, the person should be punished severely. That can help stop this trouble we hold. One other observation is with regard to DVLA. I've gone to DVLA to do registration. Usually you go there, you pay money up to 500, 600 Ghana cedi for registration of a motorbike or 1,000 Ghana cedi. What you are, as the money you spend to register, the last time I checked, I spent 350. It was 90 cedi receipt I got. This is true, and many people here will attest to the fact that what I'm saying is true. Then somebody sit there and take this money and hoard. People who cannot afford the amount they take there will not go to register their motorbikes or vehicle. Then you also have the police now chasing us around to pick the motorbike. When we all know that there is a problem at the registration center, I will expect the police rather to be chasing those people who are causing people to register or whose activities make people not to register their motorbikes or vehicle. So the corruption at the DVLA is done with impunity. Impunity. So it's an area that we have to check. That is one of the institutions that affect or aid people to do a lot of corrupt activities. My last comment will be that just not that one alone. We have people at other service areas. Say for instance, one of the problems I have observed as a DC is shoddy contract, poor quality of work. You construct a road, can last 2 years. You build a structure and it can last 5 years. And yet we have engineers, we have people who certify that this work is well done. I had a bitter experience when I was inspecting work, when I realized that something was not done right. I had somebody who was supposed to protect government to ensure quality work telling me that this thing has been properly done. There and then, I told the person my peace of mind. And later he had to succumb. He had to come and apologize that he didn't do well. Because From the face value, you could just see this is poor quality. And yet, the one that is supposed to protect government purse will be telling you that this work is properly done. Unfortunately, the person got exposed because it had to do with a dump beam, and you realize that even a tricycle on top of the beam has sink in. And so, meaning it wasn't properly compacted. This is an experience I got. And so, we should hold people accountable. If you are the one that is supposed to certify that this thing is properly done, if you do it wrongly, you should also bear the consequences, because we entrust quality work and certain things in the hands of people we call expect, who rather cause the country and cause the individuals. Thank you very much for my submission.
But the question is that, I don't know, we didn't meet a Guru boy at DVLA. Maybe a Guru boy was the one causing that mess. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, you go. No,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Eric Begua Ngwenkome, the Regional Internal Auditor, GES. I want to speak about the powers of the executive. With the appointment of key public figures, like the Chief Justice, the Auditor General, and others, I will submit that there should be a committee of selected personalities from identifiable bodies in Ghana that should come out with the person, and when it's so done, the president shall appoint the person in the position. That is the suggestion that I want to say. And in relation to that, on curbing corruption, I think internal audit plays a key role. So I will want to also submit that as the Auditor General is also part of that committee, that a committee work that should appoint the Auditor General, the Director of Internal Audit Service, the service should also be noted in this constitution so that the agency is changed to service. It will empower the internal auditors to do their work well. I also want to submit that the LGBTQ++ law bill that is still hanging should be part of this new constitutional review that is being done. I also want to submit that the decentralized electoral system currently in place be maintained, in view that I'm just imagining a DCE or MMDCE who is in a position stronghold and an MP in a opposition stronghold. If the president is visiting, organization and even reception is going to be a problem looking at our current dispensation that we have. And our assemblymen also act as chiefs. They act as chiefs in our communities. And therefore, their neutrality shouldn't be compromised. So all efforts should be made to ensure that their elections remain partisan. So that, because if something is bad, we don't see something good, but it's being practiced, doesn't mean we should legalize it. We should make all efforts to make sure that what we think is good is maintained. So that is what I do submit. Thank you.
The Honorable Regional Minister will take leave of us for a couple of hours and will return. Permission.
retreat. In 1999, my mother was admitted at the regional hospital. And nurses, doctors, they were all on strike. My mother died, including all those admitted in that ward. They died one after the other. Because of that, anytime I hear of nurses on strike, doctors on strike, that issue lingered in my mind because many people died. Now, nurses and other health workers, they receive better pay than teachers because I'm a teacher. If you begin with a nurse in the service, he or she collects more than you. And the reason being known to all Ghanaians is that they render essential services, which is right. However, other agencies that render essential services, like my brothers here, the military, the police, etc., they can go on strike. If they are on strike, it's turned otherwise rather than a strike. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I'm not even a lawyer. I don't know whether the Constitution really captured health workers as essential services renders. If it is there, I want to beg that the current exercise going on, the Constitution should give it highlight. Else, what they are doing, it goes contrary to that of essential services rendering. That is my first point. My second point is that, very brief, we are saying we are fighting galamsey. But galamsey is everywhere in Ghana today. All families have galamseyers. Everywhere. And we pretend to be fighting it. How are we fighting it? Today, if a tipper truck is carrying marijuana passing, the police will intercept it and arrest them. However, when the same tipper truck is carrying stones that is from the galamsey side for the gold to be extracted, they don't see anything wrong with it. My brothers and sisters, do you think if we rely on only those that are at the side chasing the galamseyers, we will fight it completely? I think we are pretending to be fighting it. Let everybody be involved. Even the police that are sitting as, what did they call them? The view, the site, well, I have forgotten the distance. If they see anything like that, they can say something about it. So let us be very serious of fighting galamsey. And all chiefs must be involved, not just the security services. If you are a paramount chief and galamsey is so pronounced in your area, I don't see why they should allow you to continue sitting there receiving galamsey remittances. Let us, the Constitution should involve every Ghanaian. Just like if I see somebody has stolen a goat running away, I'll add to those chasing him. Thank you very much.
The state attorney wants to make a case.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Abdul Shakur Said. I work with Office of Attorney General. I have a concern. I'm looking at Article 199 of the Constitution. 199 of the Constitution prescribed for the retirement age of a public officer at 60 years. And Article 145, 1 and 2 also talks about the retirement age of superior court judges, and the maximum there too is 70 years. All of us will concede that as a human being, your powers diminish as you age. But the most difficult job of the Republic of Ghana is the presidency. Why people whose powers are diminished at 80, 85, and 90 to become the president of the Republic of Ghana? At that age, if they were here, they would be sleeping. They get up in the morning, a cocktail of drugs to put you on the road. But that is the most difficult job you have to do. So my suggestion is that we should put a cap on who becomes the president of the Republic of Ghana. Nobody should be above 75 years who will be the president of this republic. It is one of the greatest challenges. The first DCE of Wa Municipal Assembly, who is now sitting here as a revered paramount chief, will concede that when I was growing up, he was all over the place, ensuring that this place is run properly. At his very old age, sitting here, he's at home almost all the time. Anytime I want to go and greet him, I find him at home. He can't run like the way I have been running. So we should take the presidency serious and put a cap on the presidency so that at 75 years, go and play with your grandchildren. Thank you.
I think there's a danger there. The Constitution says if you are living up to 40, you don't qualify. Let me go to a woman and then come back. So far, we haven't had any lady.
Thank you for the opportunity. All protocols observed. I'm Lillian Pele. My concern is on chapter 114 of the Constitution. It states, gratuities for members of parliament. A person who has served as a member of parliament for a period not less than 4 years shall be eligible on ceasing to be a member or on his death, or the payment of his such gratuity to him or his personal representatives, as the case may be. I will not read the rest. So we see that at the end of every 4 years, they give parliamentarians their gratuities. So in my opinion, and I guess with other people's opinion, it will be that at the end of 4 years, those who are going and will not come back should take the gratuity. But those who remain in parliament should not take. And by so doing, our honorable parliamentarians will be saving the purse of Ghana. Thank you.
Let me say something here. If you are representing your organization in your capacity, please state it. If you are representing somebody's position, also say it, so that we know truly what you are saying.
Thank you very much. I am ASP Stella Niebi. I worked with the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit. I will want to make this presentation for us to discuss. That's consensual sex intercourse age as 16 and above, and marriage as 18 years. It is criminal to have sex, especially when it's not under consensual, at the under 16. But after 16, you can have sex if you so want to do so. Yet, you cannot marry from that age. We are fighting child marriage seriously in this region. Now the young men and men have a strategy. After 16, I can impregnate you. I will not be able to marry you, but I can impregnate you because we know what sex can lead to. Except you do not want, if you don't take precautions, you become pregnant. And they leave these children who become so traumatized with their family. The children are born there. Certain time they are tossing them, tossed to the man's house today, tomorrow. That child who is at 17 or under 18 is being tossed. And there is one very sad aspect of it after the children are born. Some refuse to even name them because they think they were born in the woman's house. These children psychologically become traumatized. There is a word here, sensembia. And those who will receive such cases because they tell you you do not belong to this place. You were born out of wedlock or out of marriage. This is not your father's house. This is where your mother comes from. I want the Constitution to take a look at this. How do we do? There are so many conflicts going on when it comes to issues like this. Pregnancy under 18. There are issues. Let's see what to do about it. My second thing will be on those who are sexually abused or gender-based violence. Certain time, our focus is just on the culprits. What do we do to the culprits? Incarceration. Let conviction go. After that, what goes on with the victim? Many a times, nothing. After some have gone to borrow monies to go through medical examination and many other things, they end up, the perpetrator is convicted, they are coming back home to pay debts. And so many refuse to report such cases. They think it's better to negotiate with the perpetrator than reporting so that it will go through due process, because they will end up not getting anything. I'm praying with this committee to see how best. Victims are going through so much in the hands of very wicked people. Both young men and young girls are being abused sexually. And it is one thing that we shouldn't take as funny. Let's see how best the constitutional team, if there's a way we can even put this across for victims. Thank you so very much.
All right, let me state that the engagement is live streamed on X, YouTube, Facebook at CRCGH25. If you are here, you can, I think I prefer the lady. I'll come back to you. Sorry for saying that, but ladies first.
Thank you very much. My name is Rose Maliwombo. I'm the Municipal Budget Analyst for Nandom Municipal Assembly. Yes, my concern, which I want to share, is sharing of national resources. Yeah, when it comes to the allocation of resources, there is a formula. We heard about each MMDA being allocated 25 million Ghana cedis. But when it comes to actual distribution, we realize that some MMDAs are receiving about 15 million, whilst others are getting as much as 30 million. So I want to say that when this formula is applied in allocating the resources, and it comes to performance, a formula should be used to check the performance of MMDAs. I'm saying this because when we have to do accountability and reporting, we see that a district like mine, Nandom, will be asked to use 20% of our IGF to do projects or development, a capital project. And how much is that percentage? Which might be just 20,000. So you look at the possibility of developing a capital project from 20% of your IGF, it becomes impossible. Whereas a district or a metropolitan assembly in Accra can do a lot with that 20% allocation of their IGF. So when this is done and then you come around to do assessment and you say that NANDOM is not performing, it's always unfair for the rural MMDAs. So we should always look at the allocation and judge the performance of the MMDA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Sinto Nuhu Mustafa, the Regional Information Director, Upper West Region. My concerns, if you look at our current justice system, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm speaking as a layman. If you look at the way our bail and then detention procedures goes on, sometimes you see somebody in detention for years without trial. At the end of the day, the person is acquitted and discharged. Will the state pay for the lost years of that person? So if not, we have to look at it so that pre-trial detention should have a constitutional limit, especially for non-violent crimes, so that people will have their freedom to do other things whilst participating or going to court for the trials. Then we should also look at recognizing alternative justice and then restorative systems, where minor crimes, people should not be thrown behind bars or into jail. They should rather serve within the communities. For example, if you look at Ghana, we have always been having issues with waste management in our communities. If you go to our municipal, we have a lot of areas that people need to dredge gutters and other things. And that will also even solve the flooding problems that we are having in some areas because gutters are choked. So if we have this kind of community service sentencing, it will also help in these areas that we are looking at. Then we should also have strengthen the oversight of law enforcement agencies. Sometimes you have law enforcement agencies misbehaving, let me just unquote, or conducting themselves in such a manner that is not acceptable. And individuals don't have a specific place that they can go in to complain. So if we have a constitutionally mandated commission that receive complaints on law enforcement agencies' behavior that is not appropriate, it will also help so that at least people will have a remedy when they think their rights have been abused by the law enforcement agencies. And then the last comment I want to make is, in the Constitution, since we have an indemnity clause, I think it should go, so that everybody that is given a position, you will not take decisions that will favor you because you are protected by these clauses. So if it goes, people will be accountable to the nation. Thank you.
Let me also add that I'm coming back to you. Info Radio is speaking the program live, but there's somebody who wants to talk about the prison here.
Thank you for the opportunity. From the human... All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Hakim Suleiman, a principal investigator with the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. On a yearly basis, we visit the prisons, and the feeding grants allocated to the prisoners is 180 pesos. Let's look at it once again. It is inadequate for any decent human being to be given 180 pesos to feed a person morning, afternoon, and evening. I want the review committee to look at it and then embed it in the Constitution. Secondly, my next observation is that the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, we do a lot of corruption cases. And sometimes when we finish some of the cases, our decisions are not taken seriously. But if we are given the opportunity to enforce our decisions, I think we will be biting enough, and then we will go a long way to strengthen and fighting corruption in the system like other institutions who have been given the opportunity to enforce their laws, sometimes in court. I know the Attorney General will bear with me.
Okay, so I come to CDA.
Okay, thank you, Seydou. I also have a few quick comments. Okay, so my name is Canton Salifu Isifu, Executive Director, Community Development Alliance. First comment is on the independence of the judiciary. As an individual, we all have different views or perceptions about our independent institutions, particularly the judiciary. And for me as a citizen, it should be the most independent organization that we can all walk to when we are in difficulties. So I think that currently, given the perception of Ghanaians about the judiciary, there is a need for us to rethink about it. And my first suggestion is that the processes of appointing judges should be looked at very carefully. My proposal is that we should establish an independent judicial service commission with representation from various other independent institutions. Positions to the superior courts should be publicly advertised, and people that are meeting a certain qualified criteria should voluntarily apply. The Independent Judicial Service Commission should have a mandate to review all applications and shortlist and publish in the Gazette those candidates that are shortlisted. They should be publicly interviewed so that everybody can see their competences, and that process for me is to ensure public acceptance that they are getting those positions of merit and can act independently on their positions. Once they are interviewed, the committee should then make recommendations to the president, who then appoints for parliament to approve. And that process for me would significantly help enhance the independence of the judiciary. My second comment is on the role of the Council of State. My view is that, having at least seen the Fourth Republican Constitution, I think that institution needs to be significantly reformed. My view is that it should be scrapped and that we should just have a second chamber with clear mandates for them to, some of them can also still be elected. So for example, Upper West Region can elect a member to the second chamber. Even if we still maintain the name as Council of State, we can still have those ones, and they should have a clear mandate of certain key functions that they would do, including appointment of judges and handling the police commission, and other functions can be allocated to them. My third role is on decentralization, or comment. I think that the role of the regional coordinating councils is not necessary and weakens the independence or the autonomy of the local government entities. And I feel that we should have proper decentralization. And if we are going to have proper decentralization, my municipality Tumu should be truly decentralized. And we should be able to elect our MC, whether it is elected on the partisan line or elected on the current system. We should elect them. And once we elect them, if the central government is withholding common fund due my municipality, we can actually sue them in the High Court and demand that our common fund be released, so that we can have mutual accountability where local authorities can hold central government accountable. The central government can also hold local authorities accountable. But the current system we have is a one-way flow. And I think that we should take away the RCCs, give full autonomy to the local authorities. The Ministry of Local Government can have oversight on them, but that oversight will even be limited because we are electing our own MMDCs anyway. And they can have more say in terms of the allocation of funding to the local authorities, and the citizens can also directly hold those who are managing those resources at the local authorities. So thank you very much. These are my comments.
All right.
let's have patience. We'll be going to the high table, and when we come back, and then we continue from there. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Gulina Na Seidu Brahma, who joined us when the program was on. So, Chairman, you can go ahead and we'll come back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the contributions. We already have a dozen, exactly 12 contributors. I will start from the last one by way of reaction. So let me start on the Council of State. So your suggestion that the Council of State either be scrapped or be significantly reformed or converted into a second chamber is one that, again, it's a recurring kind of proposal. Let me push a bit on the second chamber idea. So currently the Council of State, and this is one of the criticisms that we've received, that even though we call it a Council of State, all it does is really to counsel the president, even though in the Constitution it can do more. It can also give Parliament advice and the like. But the second chamber is going to be a second chamber of Parliament, right? So it's essentially, we are moving the Council of State from being an advisor to the president to being a second legislative body, where normally the idea of a second chamber, Parliament, the lower house, will look at a bill, and then it would go to the second chamber for it also to take a look at it before we pass it. And you are saying that we should give that body, whether we call it the Council of State or not, additional functions, like appointments of certain independent office holders. That appears to be in line with some of the proposals we have received. There are two main, almost two or three main concerns that have been raised by the Council of State. One is the composition. Many of those who want it to be significantly reformed want to change the composition, especially the elected members. Currently, 16 members of the Council of State are elected from the regions through district assemblies. And many people have pointed to the most recent election, which turned violent and partisan in some places. So I think from that experience, there has been a call by a number of contributors for us to scrap the election of the MMDC, of those members of the Council of State that are elected. And then the 16, then the question is, how do we get those 16 appointed? Then maybe our traditional elders will want to react to this. One proposal is to give the 16 to the regional houses of chiefs. They will nominate chief, queen mother, or notable from the region, not particularly, but we will let them nominate. They will find their own process, or nominate one person each from each region to the Council of State, a chief, queen mother, or notable citizen of the region who will represent that region in place of the ones we are electing now. Then there's also a proposal to reduce the number of people that the president appoints to the Council of State, and in their place have identifiable bodies nominate individuals to sit on the Council of State. So whether it's the professional bodies or bar association, architects association, whoever it is that we want to put in that place, civil society, organized labor, academia, market women, whatever. And then the president's nominees will be reduced accordingly. Then there's a third category that's currently there, which is the ex officios. So these are former Chief Justice, former CS, and all. We will limit the president to choosing one or two of those only, and then maybe we choose the other two at a time. So a lot of proposals are around reforming the composition of the Council of State, and then the functions. And the function that you just mentioned, making the council part of the appointment process for independent office holders, like vetting them, being the one to vet them and approve for the president to appoint. That's also one that has been proposed. Now, there are a lot of people who want it scrapped altogether. And what I want to know is that if it is significantly reformed, would that be sufficient to allay the concerns of those who want it to be scrapped? A lot of young people want it to be scrapped because they don't seem to see value in it. And our pushback, maybe the current way we are doing it is not making it valuable. You don't see value because you may not see value because of the current composition and current function. But if we were to fix those, will that allay concerns? On decentralization, you are not the first person to mention this RCC problem, right? So there are also those who think that the RCC, the Regional Coordinating Council, needs to be reformed. Again, some have said it should be scrapped. If you scrap it, that means we have two layers of government, the central, and then immediately we drop down to the MMDAs. If, as it appears to be likely, we are going to elect MMDCAs in the near future, is there a role for the RCC, a better coordinating role? They are called RCC. Maybe they are not coordinating well. Is that the problem? Is there a way in which we can make them coordinate better, especially now that the president may not be the one picking the MMDC at the local level? And then between the president and the MDC, there's no link. Should we have rethink that idea? Maybe get a layer in there, but that will work a lot better. When you say truly decentralized, fine. So that's part of the issue that we are encountering. Most people think about electing MPs. That is only the beginning of decentralization that we are confronted with. Currently, we have 261 districts across the country. Many of them, as the budget analyst from one of the municipal areas mentioned, some of them do not have IGF capacity. You know, some of them really don't have the capacity domestically, internally, to generate funds. Should we rethink the numbers that we have and the sizes? Part of the reason we're asking this question is that so many of the districts now do not have the capacity to raise revenue locally. Right? So even if capital expenditure is going to come from Accra, and we ask that recurrent expenditure, right, say that the salary of your MMDC, who you have now elected, must you continue to rely on consolidated from Accra to pay the local mayor you have elected, or must we now shift that obligation to the MMDC? Now, given the points that the budget analyst made about capacity, should we not rethink this idea of so many districts, many of which do not have capacity to actually even pay salaries of the mayor? Currently, only the presiding officer in the constitution must be paid by the local assembly. Everybody else still depends on Accra for their pay. Must the reform include shifting that obligation to the local authority when you say truly decentralized? And if so, must we not think about maybe giving some incentive so that assemblies can get? There's actually a proposal that we have too many in Accra. Let's take if you were to elect mayors in Accra, the city of Accra, boundaries of Accra, govern a territory, a city with that many mayors? Should we find a way to merge so that we can get local authorities of a sizable enough size of a you know, I think the idea is capacity to develop. If you are the engine for development at the local level, but you don't have the capacity to raise money locally, must we not consider merging you so that you create a larger local economy, local tax base, out of which you could at least raise recurrent expenditure, not capital. And then Accra takes responsibility for the capital expenditure, but local takes responsibility for the recurrent expenditure. So that's one of the proposals that we are dealing with on decentralization. Beyond the elections, there are a lot of issues that we haven't actually covered yet. Shraj. So the feeding grant issue came up in my conversations with some of the prison personnel in Tamale also. Certainly, you know, the number you are mentioning is a very low number. Should we consider under Article 206, when you look at the composition of the Prison Service Council, it doesn't include a representative from SHRAT, right? SHRAT is the Human Rights Commission. It visits the prisons regularly. You think it would be helpful for the composition of the Prison Service Council to be changed so that at least we get direct input of this kind from SHRAT, because they are the ones who actually constantly visit the prisons, and who maybe if they were sitting on the board of the Prisons Council or on the council, they could actually maybe be the champions who advocate for this change to be made. Because sometimes the real issue is you don't have somebody to speak for prisoners, right? It's not easy to speak for prisoners in our society, but if at least you are on the Prison Service Council, then you could advocate, given the information you have, you could advocate for them on that issue. On SHRAT's ability to enforce its investigations into corruption, we have met almost all the corruption-related agencies. We've met with the OSP. We have had meetings with various anti-corruption bodies. This issue has come up, and one of the proposals we've been offered is for SHRAT, the anti-corruption function of SHRAT, to be taken away, merged with something like the OSP, to create a separate anti-corruption commission, so that SHRAT does just human rights and administrative justice. Right? SHRAT just will do that, or just human rights. And then we create a separate commission through a merger of the function or the division in SHRAT that does anti-corruption work with the OSP, and also then we take that function from the AG, so that the Anti-Corruption Commission will just do corruption work for politically exposed persons. The AG's department will do other criminal work, but the AG directly would not be prosecuting. Is this a proposal that, and I would like to get maybe the reaction from the regional prosecutor also, if that model is something that might work in the kind of proposal that we have received. The citizen who talked about pre-trial detention, I think that is also, we have received something on that. Non-custodial sentences and community service, we've also received something on that. And then public oversight body for prisons. Currently, SHRAT, we got this even from the military, right? So currently, you can make a complaint, right? SHRAT's mandate extends to the services. the uniform services. So wouldn't that be sufficient? And maybe it's because people don't know that you can make a complaint to Shraj about the behavior of a service personnel, including a police officer. Maybe it's a bit more, we need a little bit more education about it. Should we set up a separate complaints commission for the police, when in fact you can go to Shraj, and Shraj, I think, has offices in every district in the country. So that facility is there. Maybe it's a matter of just educating the public about it. And currently, I think you also mentioned that public officers have indemnity or immunity, except for the president, who has immunity only during the term of his office. Once the president leaves office, you can actually investigate and even criminally prosecute the president within 3 years of his or her leaving office. No other public officer has immunity in the country. Nobody. Only the president is given that. Specifically, not even the vice president has shares in that immunity. Only the president. So maybe, again, it's a matter of public education, but we don't have this blanket immunity that you are mentioning. So Rose from the municipal office. So this issue of District Assembly Common Fund, I get your point about the rural MMDCAs not being able to raise the IGF compared to the bigger ones. Is this not a case for merging some of them? Right? So part of the response is, one of the reasons they cannot raise it is because their local base, IGF base, is too low. And do we really need 261 districts? We already have 275 constituencies. There are separate problems with that one. Should we, in the new local government system we are looking at, not try to consolidate as opposed to creating more small districts that have no base for IGF? And so maybe that's one of the reasons. The District Assembly Common Fund has come up for a lot of discussion. And some of the complaints are that some of the monies are disbursed from Accra even before they get there. Once you elect an MMDC, and I think it goes back to the point from the brother who spoke about that, once you elect, the reason it's happening is that currently the government is the one who is picking the MMDC. If the money doesn't come, they can't complain to any place. You are an appointee of the president. If the money doesn't come, who do you go to complain to? But if you are elected on your own, then if the money doesn't come, you can even go to court. Right? So one of the hopeful things we're thinking the reform might unleash is that once you elect your MMDCE, Accra cannot hold any part of your Assembly Common Fund. 100% of it must come to the district. None of it must be spent in Accra, or Accra cannot issue an instruction. We have already done procurement of this service from Accra, and you just, okay. So there are a number of things that will go along with the election of the MMDCs to make that possible. The domestic violence issue, the consensual sex, a lot of these things, I think, would be matters of legislation, right? And some of it, we can look at it closely. Some of it can go into a constitution, but things like the age of marriage, the age of consensual sex, these are usually matters that go into a statute. And one of the things we have been talking to audiences about in our engagements is that we are learning also from these engagements that a lot of citizens do not hold their MPs accountable in their role as legislators. This is a matter you should pick up with your MP. The local community must engage MPs and say, look, you are a lawmaker, we want this particular law changed. So that you don't have to wait every generation for a Constitution Review Commission to come to your local area before you can raise an issue about sexual abuse, the rights of victims of domestic violence. These are normally legislative issues. You know, there can be something general in a constitution that commits the state to do something about this. But specific solutions of the kind you are talking about would be ideal for a statute. And you can amend the Criminal Offences Act, you can amend the Children's Act, there are so many laws that deal with this question. Domestic Violence Act can be amended to sort this issue out. Currently, fortunately for us, the Parliament has now allowed a facility called the Private Members Bill, where citizens can, in conjunction with an MP, introduce an amendment to an existing law or a new law completely to deal with a particular social problem. So the Private Members Bill allows champions of domestic violence, for example, work closely with a member of parliament to draft a bill or an amendment of the kind you are proposing that can deal with the problem. But we can take a look at it to see what can be done within the remit of a constitution. Yes.
I just want to add one or two elements to what the chairman has just said concerning citizens getting our MPs to do what they are elected to do, to make laws. First of all, when we talk about accountability of public officers, quite often we think that accountability is only a question of corruption. No, accountability is much more than just the question of corruption. Accountability, first and foremost, means getting the person so appointed to do what they are appointed to do the work that they are appointed to do. And quite often too, when we talk about accountability of public officers, we're only thinking of politicians. No, police officers, everybody who is appointed by the public authority is a public servant. And accountability demands that they do their work according to their appointment. So this question, which keeps coming up from all the three regions we have been so far, regarding the age of consensual sex and marriage, that discrepancy, and then the question of child marriages, that also keep coming up. It seems to us that, again, the civil society, meaning people in society generally, should take it up with their MPs. But how do you take it up with your MPs? A number of ways can be done. Those individuals who are interested should write letters to their MPs. If the MPs are ignoring your letters, you can find more people who have an interest in that issue. 10 people, 15 people, 20 people, 100 people, to sign a letter showing that so many people are interested. So we must take this up also as our civic duty to get our MPs to do what they are supposed to do, to get our DCs, MMDCs to also do what they are supposed to do, to petition our regional ministers. So we should take up all of these peaceful methods of bringing about change. Thank you.
Prof. Kakari, I mean, it's important, we have to emphasize this because the MP is a permanent part of our system of government. A constitutional review commission comes around every once in a while, and only at the grace of a president who feels he needs one. So what you really must rely upon if you want law to change to reflect the social dynamics regularly is your member of parliament. And in our engagement so far, one of the gaps we have noted in our democracy is the absence of public participation after elections. We've noted that Ghanaians practice democracy as voters only once every 4 years, not as stakeholders constantly engaged in the governance process. So we are finding a way. One of the proposals is to have the Constitution either remind or confirm or reinforce the idea that citizens have a right to public participation in lawmaking even after an election. And so that Parliament will find a way to get MPs to meet like this regularly so that your concerns can be taken on board in an ongoing fashion as opposed to waiting for an opportunity for constitutional review, because that is not guaranteed in the Constitution. The proposal about 114, gratuities for MPs. This is actually an important point, but what we have normally received in our rounds, everybody talks about Article 71. You know, that is there's a lot of focus on Article 71, but I think you are quite correct that when it comes to MPs, Article 114, which was amended, by the way, the original Article 114 didn't say that we should pay gratuities to MPs every 4 years. The 4 years came in 1996. So there's been quite a bit of reaction, and I have noted your proposal. It is something that will reflect in the report. Then our friend, the state attorney, principal state attorney's proposal about the retiring age. I thought you were also going to say something about the 60 years, especially coming from a member of the legal profession where judges are allowed to go up to 65 on the High Court, Court of Appeal to Supreme Court 70. But why must you retire at 60? Why is that disparity? Why is it that everybody else in the public services must go at 60, but judges can go up to 65, and on the Supreme and Court of Appeal up to 70? I once asked a judge who was closely involved in the drafting of the current constitution, why that disparity? And he said, well, the judiciary mostly drafted their own chapter. They drafted their own chapter. So, you know, the disparity in the other public services chapter is not something that they were concerned about. So they drafted their own chapter. But we've received quite a number of representation around the 60 years. And again, people can react to that. There's a concern that it is too low. There's also a concern that maybe we should take it out of the Constitution entirely so that we allow it to be regulated by statute. Because retiring age depends on a lot of factors. If you put it in the Constitution, it makes it too difficult to change. If people are living longer, maybe we should think about revising it. It's easier if it's in a statute, in an act of parliament, than if it's in the Constitution. The universities also have a problem with it because most of the time, university lecturers in other places, 80 years, they are still teaching. And we are retiring some of the most productive scholars and academics we have at 60 years. You know, and then they are there. No, they are there. They are still there. They want to teach, they have knowledge, they want to impart knowledge, but they are retired at 60. So there's an issue around making it flexible so that different segments of the public services can maybe work with Parliament to choose the age that is appropriate for them, given the nature of the work they are doing. If it's mostly intellectual work, why do you retire the person at 60? Maybe if it's manual work and fiscal exertion is important, then maybe 60, 65 makes sense. So there's been a concern around the retiring age. The age limit of the president, you are not the first one to mention it. One of the responses is that, well, with the 60 years or with the retiring age for everybody else, these are all appointed office holders. And that with elected office holders, the people can determine whether you are strong or not. So it's up to the people if they want to elect an MP to parliament who is 80. If they think that this MP is going to be the most effective one for us, that's their issue. And because presidents must campaign across the country, if the person is 75 and they are crossing rivers and lakes, going around and they are not falling down, what is your problem? Right? So the issue of elective office being different, which is why we don't have a cap for elected officers, but we have a cap for appointed officers, because the people themselves can make the judgment if you are fit for office by virtue of age. But again, not just to say that it is not a meritorious point. This issue has come up. Some other countries, a few countries have adopted a maximum age for presidential candidates. So your proposal is not entirely out of order. All I'm saying is that the typical response is that elected office holders, the people get a chance to pass a judgment on your fitness. So if you are too old, they can determine and not vote for you. And the parties also may not put up somebody who is too old. So there are ways to check that we don't have with the elected. The Galamsey issue has come up. The chief inspector of schools didn't give me quite a proposal. The proposal that we have gotten around this Galamsey issue is that one of the reasons it is happening and continues to happen is that the local communities, including traditional rulers, are currently not involved in natural resource governance, in the sense that when the government Minerals Commission or the government grants, let's say, a concession, their consent is not sought. The government owns the mineral. The traditional authority or the community may own the surface, but if there is a mineral on the land, it belongs to the central government. So only the central government has the power currently to allocate mining rights. One of the proposals is to make sure that local communities can now have a role in the allocation of mining rights, so that their consent before any mining right is allocated to a concessionaire or foreign company or whoever, the consent, the participation of the local community and traditional authorities must be sought. And then on the revenue sharing side, on the benefit sharing side, there is also a proposal that they must receive a share. How that benefit sharing takes place is not yet decided, but these are some of the proposals. In fact, I remember that when we met one of the former presidents, he was strongly in support of this idea, that we cannot fight Galamsey until we bring local communities to participate in the granting of concessions for mining, exploration or exploitation, and in the sharing of the benefits, so that the areas that are closest to the mining area, we haven't defined that yet, you must have a role. Either once the EPA does its assessment or the environmental impact, they must provide you with the information. You must have a meeting to review the application, and if you say no, it doesn't happen. So that's one of the proposals that's out there. But the Galamsey issue has received a lot of input for the committee. I don't know if the Constitution provides for essential services the way, your point is very well noted, but maybe the labor is either in the Labor Act or the Parent Act of the agency itself or the service. So maybe the Ghana Education Service Act or the Health Service Act is where we might find a solution to this problem, right? Currently, the Constitution doesn't say anything about essential services. right? The only services that are featured in the Constitution are the security services. And even that, it doesn't say that they may not go on strike. I think it is a particular act that governs them. There are regulations that govern them, is what will say that they may not go on strike or they may not take labor action, industrial action. So again, these are some of the solutions that an act of parliament or an ally pertaining to that particular service can solve. It's not something that we may not have to really put it in the Constitution. In other words, the fact that it's not in the Constitution doesn't mean we can't solve it, right? But it may not be the appropriate way to solve it. The regional internal auditor made a number of proposals. The appointment of independent constitutional office holders to be done by independent body. What about the Public Services Commission? So currently we have a Public Services Commission that on paper is supposed to advise on certain appointments. Should that body, if it is properly reconstituted or repurposed, could that body play that role? The reason we're asking some of these questions is that if there's already something in the Constitution, instead of creating a new body, can we maybe repurpose it? Because we also don't want to keep creating new bodies which will be a burden on the taxpayer. If a body is in there that is not doing the work, should we just give it that mandate to do it better as opposed to creating a new body? So again, think through what we can do with the existing bodies. Internal Audit Service to be in the Constitution. Okay, that's a new proposal, but we will take note of it. And you want us to retain the current system of local government, which is again, it's what we say, that's a minority opinion. Most people want the election. But it doesn't mean that those who want us to retain the current system also don't have a point. Your argument is that if one party, and you are assuming that we are doing the election on party basis, let's say a district elects an NDC, MMDC, and the government in Accra, the presidency is controlled by MPP at that time. How do they work together? Because we have never done this before, it's an important point. At least pertaining to Ghana, this will be new. We have never done it. From the colonial period, we have never elected the district commissioner, the DC as we used to call it, or the DCE. So this is an experiment. In a way, we are doing an experiment that we don't know the answer to. So I think it's important for all these questions to be raised. But it's also important to understand that other countries, including in Africa, elect their mayors. And some of them elect mayors from a party that is different from the president's party. And it works. So with some friction, but it works. So the current mayor of Sierra Leone, Yvonne Sawyer, is from a political party that is the opposition party. The president's party is from a different party. They have to work together. But if you give them specific mandates in law, in the Constitution, if there are specific powers, if, for example, the District Assembly Common Fund, they are entitled to it by law, then you can't block it just because it's from a different party. But you are right. It's an experiment we have never done before, so we have to be cautious and look carefully at what we are doing. I think that's also why some people prefer non-partisan elections, because they are concerned about this issue. And we should be, because you don't want to make a reform that will create a larger problem than the one you are trying to solve. So these are all very important points that I think we should take into account. I think I'm getting close to the end of the responses. So the point you made about the last the DC who was here talking about the land sector, the DVLA, the issue of accountability for individual office holders has been raised by a number of people. So sometimes you have a law, but then when there's a violation, there is nothing in the law about the individual office holder being held accountable. Sometimes it's the institution, while the individual who did it is allowed to go scot-free. So that's an important issue because we are also interested in encouraging compliance with the law. How do we shift the incentives so that the person who is responsible for the offense or for the problem will also directly be accountable? So one issue has been raised about police personnel detaining. The Constitution says you may not detain a person beyond 48 hours before charging or bringing them to court. Now, the police sometimes find a way to defeat that constitutional right of the detainee by keeping them maybe Thursday, Friday afternoon, something, and then next time, it's Monday, right? So one of the proposals that we got early on was to make the particular police officer or commander of that police station to be responsible for the violation. Otherwise, how do you enforce some of these things, right? If you don't make the particular violator responsible, but then the institution is the one that is always being condemned or criticized, how do we enforce these things? So that's one proposal that we have received that we will have to take a look at. Yes, on the police misconduct issue. So prison service, the issue around the prisoners, Prison Service Council, Article 205, what the notes I made. Yes. You want to revert to the pre-Aka-Rawlings fight, right? So you understand why that provision came. Is that the vice president had been written into the Constitution directly. It's been a challenge for presidents usually when you have a vice president. If you write the vice president too much into the Constitution, give them too many powers, they can stand toe-to-toe with you. Meanwhile, they are your vice. They are supposed to be your deputy. So I think Rawlings' reaction by taking the vice president away from that body and putting himself there is not unusual, right? Because the more specific, normally vice presidents are given assignments only by the president. If you start giving them assignments in law directly, then there's going to be a clash. It's friction. It's to avoid conflict. So that was the reaction. And you also didn't give me a reason why we must restore that old model. Why is having a vice president chair the Prisons Council going to make it better than having the president? Everybody wants to have the president to be in the same room with them. Why do you want the vice president? The real power holder is the president, right? So why would a vice president be a better ally for you on that council than the president himself, who is there to hear your problem directly? But that is not the reason why they did it. It's the friction. So that's why when we met, in fact, this is another interesting point. When we met one of the former presidents, he said we should do away with the office of vice president. And instead, let the president choose his own prime minister. So instead of going into an election with your running mate who becomes your vice president, you go into the election alone. And when you are elected, you choose one of your ministers as a prime minister. And then you can remove him at will. You understand the logic. The fact that they cannot remove the vice president is something that worries a lot of the presidents once they are elected. And we have asked, when he said that, that was the first time we had heard that contribution from the former presidents, what we had a bit of. And he says, look, from the experience, maybe we only focus on the Aka and the Rawlings fight, but almost every president has had some Cold War with their vice president, that the relationship is never that good. So he thinks that it's because the presidents think that the vice president is just waiting for them to die. He may have said it jokingly, but the truth is that there is nothing for a vice president to do until the president is not there. So the vice president is just sitting there waiting for a vacancy in the office of the president for him to become powerful. And given our psychology and our sociology, it is not strange that presidents become suspicious of their vice presidents. So this person says, do away with the vice president. A prime minister would be better. And we tested this idea with the other eminent persons we met. Two of them agreed that actually I would have preferred a prime minister to a vice president. So that's another thing to consider. The only problem with that proposal is that then if there is actually a vacancy in the office of the president, there is nobody ready to step into the shoes. So we have to make a separate provision for what happens if you die in office. How do we come up with a new president? That we may have to, because the prime minister was not elected on your ticket, so we cannot come and make him the president because it's just you picked him. So these are some of the questions that have been coming up in our conversations. And then from my brother, Mukhtar, yes, the relationship of the executive and parliament, it's everywhere we go. That is a big issue. People, including some of current or former presidents, want us to separate the MPs from the ministers so that if you are a minister, you cannot concurrently hold the office of a member of parliament, so that there is that separation. So that is being well taken care of. I think I have more or less gone through the list exhaustively, and I'll. Should I use this? Sure, I think. Oh.
Does this work? It's on? Okay, thank you. I think, thank you so much. It's my first comment. I think we've covered almost all the ground, but the key issues that I want to reiterate, okay? Now, the issue about, and this has been a consistent issue, consent for sex, and then marriage. Somehow, we have managed to bring a relationship between sex, marriage, and consent. Now, this particular provision, we find it under Act 29. That's the Criminal Offences Act. And our chairman has already said, most of the solutions lie elsewhere in existing legislation or amending existing legislation, not necessarily constitutional domain. But once the matters have been raised, I think it's important that we should deal with them because this is also part of the education that we should have. Now, the objective of saying that there should be a minimum age for which a female should consent to sex is for criminal purposes. What it means is that once there's evidence that you have had sex with a female below the age of 16, then that qualifies as defilement, and that is a crime. And even if the female is 16 years and sexual activity takes place and there is no consent, then that is rape. In both occasions, a crime has been committed. So we can't even be talking about marriage now. We are speaking about someone who has committed a crime, and we have a duty to report that person, and so the lawful officers and the police and the investigations and the prosecutions can ensue. There's a general principle of law that one is not permitted to benefit from his crime. But if the rape or the defilement results in a child, it does not mean that that child should be left helpless. And so the officer from the unit, the domestic violence unit, support unit, we should intensify our efforts at educating the public. And you did indicate that there is a demeaning term for such children born out of wedlock. It's the reason why we should engage the traditional authorities and engage the chiefs, engage the elders, because these are human beings, ultimately. You never know the future of a child. So let us delink the crime from our responsibility as a society to take care of the children that are born out of it. And if the perpetrator is being incarcerated, it is not to punish the child. It is to take account of his actions by the law. And so we should have recourse to another means of raising the child, maybe through the external family system, through the chief, the tindanes. We don't have tindanes here. So we can raise every child born, whether of wedlock or out of wedlock. So it's very important that we take this. Now, there was a point about police misconduct. Chairman has touched on it. But there's a unit within the police itself. I think the fear or the apprehension is that, would you make a report to the police who are the subject of the complaint? And is there a desire for them to follow through the... Otherwise, they have the Police Professional Standard Bureau, okay, a unit within the police force. And I'm sure all of the services also have such units, so that anytime there's a misconduct by a member of the police force, you go to the Police Professional Standard Bureau, and at least lodge an official complaint that this has happened, and then you follow up. It's better to engage the services of a lawyer, usually. I can see some legal faces here. My friends are here, some of the lawyers. And that if you cannot afford them, then go to the legal aid, because they are also ready and can render the professional services that they do. Now, lastly, my comment is on the detention without trial, okay, what we call remand. The Judicial Service embarked on a process of decongesting. The objective was to decongest the prisons. And so there was the Justice for All program that was initiated by the judiciary itself, that those who unfortunately are languishing in our cells and our prisons without having been through any trial, there's a process where they fast track and review their cases. So again, if you engage a lawyer that a family member is undergoing or has been in prison without due process of law, without trial, get in touch with a lawyer or in the legal aid so that they can assist you to get justice for your relative. So these are some of the comments that I make, but ultimately I think that the responsibility also rests on the citizens, that even if we reform this constitution and we don't exercise or insist on our rights, in making sure that we reach out to our MPs where we need a legislation, if teenage pregnancy or defilement or rape or whatever is a prevalent issue in the 3 northern regions, then let's push them as a caucus and table a legislation, private members' bill, and let's let them reform the law. This may not be a constitutional domain, but I'm sure that we're all learning through this. Thank you.
And to add to that point, you know, the remedy for a child resulting from underage sex, right? It's not to force the guy to marry the child, because you can't compel them to marry, right? It is to maybe the legislative solution would be in the form of responsibility placed for the care of the child and the mother on the male who is responsible for that, right? So, which is why I think my secretary was saying that we shouldn't link sex and the marriage. The issue is responsibility and abandonment of the child and the mother after the pregnancy has ensued. And that cure is putting responsibility, financial and otherwise, on the father, right? So, because you cannot force, and no law can force the person to marry the woman, but we can force you to be responsible for the care of the child. That one, a law can do that. So, maybe sometimes we think that the marriage may be the solution, but we may be actually putting both the father and the mother under servitude. You will be forcing them to be in a relationship that is abusive, that they shouldn't be in it. Yeah. I mean, marriage may not be the solution to that kind of a problem. So I think it's a...
Okay, Chairman.
Yes, and...
Chairman.
I think...
Hello, Chairman. Somebody wants to give a quick reaction to what you just said. Okay.
and then you can respond.
Okay.
Hold on, yes. I think from what my colleagues have said, and the last point the chairman explained, in the public education, it should be emphasized the responsibility of the man or the young man or old man or whoever makes a 16-year-old girl pregnant. Because when the lady was speaking, she made a point that sometimes the men claim that, well, you are under 16, you are 16, so nothing will be done to me, and then go scot-free. But if the education emphasizes that something can be done to you because you may not be sent to jail because there was consensus, but you will have to be responsible as a man, a father, for the child and the mother if the girl becomes pregnant and has a child. And that, I think, could be a very strong deterrent for anybody who thinks that because the law says at 16 you can have consensual sex and therefore you do that and walk away. Sometimes being made to be responsible is more frightening than even being threatened to go to prison. Because the person, if he has a bad mind, he will say that, oh, I'll go in 3 months, I'll come back. But if you are to take care of a child your whole life long, that is much more scary.
All right, Chairman. There's a lady who wants to, yes, she wants to react quickly. But before then, car number UW1820. You are blocking people outside,
Hello.
please. UW1820. Quick, get, then fix it. And then we have to also announce the presence of the Upper West Branch. Lawyer Siddiq. If you are here, let's see you. Okay, thank you very much. Then we also have his assistant here, Dr. Che Andrews Anzagira, Ghana Bar Association. All right. So, and let me also announce that the engagement is live streamed on X, YouTube, Facebook at ER25. Okay, so the lady who wants to quickly react, let's hear your reaction before we move on.
Thank you very much for the clarification. My submission wasn't on maybe a child born out of rape or defilement, no. I said it could be a consensus marriage between the two. They are in a relationship. But the man knows very well that at this age, I cannot marry this child. So let me just impregnate her. They are in love. Not that he doesn't take his responsibility. We hold such a man, that is the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit, through social welfare for remittances. But in the fight against teenage pregnancy or child marriage, these are some of the challenges we encounter. That is why I was bringing this to bear for us to see if there will be a way to consider. After holding such men to task to take up their responsibility of taking care of the children they have had with these children. A child giving birth to a child. The man who took this child through this take their responsibility in catering for the child. But in the fight against teenage pregnancy, most of the girls' education are truncated. If you don't take time, that ends it. Some are able to finish and continue. So in the fight for the girl child's education, that is why we are bringing in this. But the man, most of them, those who takes up with them, and together with social welfare and human rights, for them to take up their responsibilities. But how do we fight for the girl child who is in school and is being impregnated? Many a times their education is truncated. Thank you very much for this.
So my reaction, maybe you can help. Your proposal, because you are predicating your argument on the disparity between the age of consensual sex and I presume that your solution is to either lower the age of marriage to 16 or to raise the age of consensual sex to 18 so that they are the same. But how would that solve the problem?
I think this is a committee and we are all brainstorming. I'm just here throwing this challenge because we are going through so much in the offices. So this is an opportunity to throw this across so that if we can all brainstorm with the help of this committee and see whether we are pegging it to that level for marriage or we are bringing it down. Let us see how best or whichever acts we think we can pass this through. Because we know what is going on. You go to the communities, it is so sad to see the girls falling out of classrooms through pregnancy. I think that's why I'm bringing this. Let's brainstorm. Let's see how best we can do to help the girl child stay in the classroom, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity.
Chairman, can we proceed? All right. There are those who are quote unquote virgin who haven't gone through the process. So let me start with, I'll come back to you. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Officer Bassett Mohamed Yusuf. I am from the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. Mr. Chairman, the Small Arms Commission over the period has made significant progress when it comes to the review of 1972 Acts, Ammunitions and Arms Ammunition Law, which is obviously obsolete, but heavily relied upon in dealing with the 21st century criminal control. We've made significant, but it is fair to say that the pace with which we are moving is very slow, under my thinking, far slower than the proverbial snail's pace. I think we ought to move faster because the criminals are moving at a supersonic rate. You agree with me that as of the Arms and Ammunition Law in 1972 wouldn't obviously had envisaged the issue of contemporary emerging security dilemmas. We find ourselves in a space where almost all our next door neighbors are battling with arms conflict one way or the other. Our country is relatively stable. What are we doing in our own ways to safeguarding that particular privilege we are enjoying as a state? We believe strongly that it's about time the state take a very critical look at the Arms and Ammunition Bill, which has been widely talked about. Efforts have been made, relevant stakeholders have made their inputs, including the Office of the Attorney, amongst other privileged institutions and bodies. What we are left with is a parliamentary, the passage of the bill in the parliament, and of course the ratification and the accession by the president, making it a law. Mr. Chairman, I would want to plead your August committee, to take it up and add your serious voice, to make this dream a reality. I'm privileged to be part of this national exercise. Thank you.
My name is GPCC. Okay, Ghana Pentecostal Charismatic Council. I'm a minister of Assemblies of God. And that you are live streaming this program. Yet we have some key individual personalities here that may have some sensitive questions or inputs to make. In this era of political witch hunting, don't we think it is somehow exposing them? Because my question, or what I am about to say, is very sensitive. That is why I'm saying that, because I don't think that some of the officers here can make mention of them, especially. with currently what is happening in the Ghana Armed Forces.
Okay, so it's an important point you're making. Because it's a public engagement, we cannot operate under, Chatham House rules or say that, well, this just, and it's being live streamed. But you can send us a written submission.
Okay.
So the way to cure your problem is to say that a written submission, right? You can, and even that, can still send it with a name that is not yours. We'll still read it. We'll still take it, right? So if you think that the matter is something you cannot air publicly.
I can air, but I'm only advocating that some people who may have similar concern cannot air them.
Yeah, but then it's fine. I mean, once we have the alternative of submitting your memorandum, could be a letter, 1 page, 2 pages, it doesn't have to be. If you have a concern, you think you cannot publicly state it for fear of reprisal, just send it to submissions@constitutionreviewgh.org.
All right.
Or you can give it to our secretariat staff who are sitting at the back, and they'll give it to us.
I think I have the permission to go ahead. Yes, so, Mr. Chairman, we saw that the current president, when he was president before, at some point wore the military uniform. And there is a portion in the Constitution that forbids civilian from wearing this uniform. Okay, I stand to be corrected. But please, now we see people are on for wearing this uniform and other things. Now, leadership by example. We see the president wearing this, whereas he is called the commander-in-chief, he is still a civilian. Because now, uniforms that our disabled officers here are wearing various ranks. And these ranks are prorogated. So, which was the president wearing? At a point, he also wore the navy. So
is the commander-in-chief. Anyway, I will come to you first. Hold on.
No, but
hello, can we have some silence? I beg, let's have some silence. Hold on.
The president as commander-in-chief
silence.
of the Ghana Armed Forces is actually, it's not just a title, The system of government we practice, when it comes to the relationship between the democratic authorities that we have elected and the military, we say that there is democratic control of the military. And so, in fact, in the chain of command of the military, the highest, it terminates at the commander-in-chief. So the president, as the commander-in-chief of the military, of the armed forces, is actually the head. He may not have a title. We used to have, in the olden days, there was the field marshal was the highest title. But that is no longer there. But he's actually, if there was a war today, the president is actually the one who commands the army. Oh, ceremonial if he chooses to, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no problem with that at all. Yeah.
All right, Chairman, with your permission, I can go on. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kwati Mensah, a teacher educator at Nusra Ghana Media College. I want to suggest this. The powers of the president that mandates him to appoint, I think the powers should be reduced. Let's take, for instance, it looks like any president or any government that takes power removes an important personality such as the IGP or Electoral Commission. I feel these positions are so delicate that they should not be joked with. Then again, public lands that are taken from chiefs and the community. This is helping us to, for these galamseyers to operate highly in our communities. Because when anyone wants to have a land concession, the powers that be from the headquarters brings a letter, and for that matter, the chiefs have no say. They have to accept for them to mine, whether good or bad. So I suggest that when anybody wants to take a concession, they should not be negotiated by only the minister in charge of Minerals Commission, but it should be with the consensus with the chiefs. Not only the chiefs, the youth leader. When you go to certain communities, they have Mrantehini, that's the youth representing the chiefs among the elders, should also be part. Then, this article in our constitution, death sentence, I think.
May I just on the consent? So part of the proposal that we have, I think the principle is generally accepted that the local community must consent.
Sure.
Grant mining rights over land that is within the community.
Exactly, Chairman.
One of the problems, at least for the committee, one of the things that we've been asking is, so chiefs, and you are saying plus youth leader, but how representative is that? I mean, so we elect assemblies, right? We elect assemblies at the local level. If we are looking for local participation or consent, should we not rather choose the body that the people have elected plus the chiefs,
no,
as opposed to the
Mr. Chairman,
youth leader?
With the local assembly, some people who are not indigenes of the land are also part of the assembly. They are elected.
But they are elected. If they are elected, how did they get
No,
elected?
but every town has the owner of the land. So
Yes,
the whole,
but that's the chief or
the
the
chief
Sudani.
holds the land in trust of the people.
That's correct.
That's the indigenes.
That's correct.
Good. So if you elect somebody who is not an indigene,
But that person represents, how did they get elected? That's the question. The question is that the young man you are talking about, a youth leader.
the youth leader, let me say my tradition, my cans, we have Mrantehini, who represents the youth. Mrantehini,
Who was chosen by?
he is chosen by the chief.
So the chief
And he stood, yes.
plus the Mrantehini.
Mrantehini, that's Mrantehini. That's the youth he is representing the youth as a chief.
Should, in addition, with the paramount chief,
Yes. Whether
Be
paramount
the
chief
ones
or
give
the divisional chief, whichever.
minus the assembly.
Yes, please. Because per tradition. Can I proceed?
Please, go ahead.
Yes. So when this is dealt with, it's sometimes the chiefs are not to be trusted. Excuse me to say, some chiefs.
So you are bringing in the youth leader.
Yes. Who represents
you are bringing in because of their muscle.
Not
They are the ones who are going to beat the
not as such, but I don't think they will sit down for their minerals to be taken out of their town without they getting involved.
That is interesting. But when you go to these Galamsey sites, it's young men who are doing it.
Yes, it is because they are fed up with the chiefs. They no longer trust the chiefs. So they also have to take their portion. If you have interaction with them, you realize that they are doing this because of the chiefs going back behind them, taking what they are supposed not to take or taking what they are taking. Can I proceed with the death sentence? Yes. I think Ghana is part of a African charter that speaks against death sentence. And for that matter, even if you are sentenced to death, no president is willing to sign for you to be hanged or poisoned or death, anything. So why don't we remove this clause of the Constitution or from the Constitution, so that the death sentence will not be there at all. And anyone who is sentenced, our prisons are choked. I think somebody mentioned community service. I lived at a place where prisoners from Korea were brought here to work. They were left to fend for themselves, go anywhere they want to go, but they were policed by Ghana government. Whatever pay that is given to them, part is given to the government, their government, and then they are left with what they will feed themselves and others. I think Ghana can also do that when we send our hardened prisoners or whatever to other countries for them to work, and the money comes to the government chest. When they finish with their sentence, then they serve and get their plane ticket back. So before they come here, from class 1, they come back to class 1. Their friends have gone leaving them. That serves as the punishment. Rather than we using our taxpayers' money to feed them. And look at what we say, 1 cedi, 50 pesos or so. Thank you.
All right, we are live on Info Radio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Philemon Nando, an officer with the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons. Yeah, my concern is the current composition of the National Security Council. When you look at the National Security Council, according to the Constitution, it comprises of all the heads of security agencies in the country. And looking at other emerging security organizations that are coming up, for instance, the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons, it's a body mandated with the responsibility of controlling illicit armed proliferations, because these are the very materials that actually pose security threat. But if we look at the composition, we realize that the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons is missing there. I don't know, going forward with this constitutional review, we can look at it. Then I want to look at, we have talked a lot about the land. Indeed, land conflicts in our part of the world is serious. So if we look at it in our communities, even to the family level, there are land issues. So if we look at my observation is that it looks like land benefit go to individuals in our communities. It's not like when an individual has a family land or something, he's selling it, the money or the benefit or the proceed from it is just coming to the individual alone. So the other community members happen. So, and that it's triggering most of the conflicts. You hear that family fight even over land because somebody in the family feel like he's a family head, he's selling land because land values are high, especially in cities. So our review of the Constitution, how are we looking at how the benefits of land will go to individual or is it to the entire community? Let's look at this thing. And then it's relating to my brother who asked about the retiring age of the political officer like the president. So my question to is not only the president but the MPs, the members of parliament. So if you look at our constitution, in the case of the president, you must be a citizen of Ghana, you must be at age 40, you must be a registered voter, you might not have criminal record and all that. But nothing is talking about something like academic qualification. Because I look into the constitution, I didn't see anything like that. And me and my colleagues here, that is the highest office of the land, the president. But the small offices we want, they will ask for degree. You just want to do something small in some small field. They are looking for degree. The minimum, bring a minimum of a bachelor's degree. But this is now the highest office of the land. Look at the member of parliament in that constituency. It's one of the good offices, but nothing is talking about the academic qualification. So constitutional review committee, let's look at something. Then I'm looking at, as a nation, we should have a design roadmap where we are going in the next 40 years, in the next 50 years, not determined by a particular political party's manifesto. So thinking of a national development plan is the way to go. But now, I don't know. It was one time mentioned, but I don't know how far it has been incorporated into our system. So I don't know going forward how we are going, whether we continue with this way, Party A comes with their manifesto, change things, even ongoing projects are abundant, that we have a lot of uncompleted projects in our system. So
let me plead. Time is of the essence. So if you have a question or two, let's limit it at that. I'm going to take two here and then I'll move to the other side.
Let me
okay, yes, quick one.
Respond to that. So on the National Development Planning Commission and the National Development Plan, again, we have received a number of submissions and oral presentations on this issue, and most of them want, like you, that we find a way to put an obligation on successive governments to follow a certain plan. Exactly how you do it is not too clear yet, but I think the principle that when we elect a government, it must not abandon whatever it is that they came to meet, and must find a way to link the party manifesto to the development plan and follow. That is a principle accepted. The question is, how do you do it? And that's what we have to think through. The qualifications for elected officers, it is true. The only qualifications in the Constitution are usually for appointed officers. So for judges, they'll tell you the number of years at the bar and whatever. The same answer that I gave for why we don't have age limits or retiring age for elected officers goes for why we don't have them for elected, why we don't have qualifications. But the idea is that the community that you are going to represent, if you are an MP, and the people, the nation that you are going to represent, they know when you are going to stand the election, your background will be known, whether you are a professional, you are not, they will know all of that. And if they decide as a people that based on what they know, you may not have a PhD, you may not have a bachelor's, but based on what they know about you, they trust you to be their leader, it's very difficult to not accept that. But for appointed officers, it's a particular specific job that you are being appointed to. Nobody is electing you. There is no popular legitimacy. So we need to specify your background. So that it's a point well taken. In fact, one of the issues we are going to have when we start electing MMDCs is this issue. Because the minimum qualification in the Constitution for most offices is that you must be qualified to be an MP. If you are qualified to be an MP, you can be everything in the Constitution. When it comes to a job like MMDC, the MP's job is to go to Parliament, represent the people, talk, go to committee. It's not a management job. It's not a managerial job. MMDC, you have to manage a town, a number of towns. You have to manage a budget. You have to really do managerial work. So there are some people who think that when it comes to MMDC elections, we must start imposing qualifications. The question is the academic qualification the only way you can get a competent person or a person of integrity? Maybe it's a character issue. So it's not clear what kind of qualification we need. People generally say, yes, we have to have some qualification, but must it be academic? Must it be experience? Must it be, how do we blend the integrity issues and the competence issues? So it's a difficult issue, but it is something that has been raised. So I think you are not entirely out of order on that. On this land conflict, of course, is a big problem. Most of the time, though, customary law, and now we have a Land Act, but customary law normally regulates a lot of what you can do with land that belongs to the community and all of that, whether you can sell it or lease it and all of that. But there's a Land Act now that has also imposed a national statutory regime on how it is that we regulate land affairs. The Constitution normally just regulates what you can do with public lands, because that's what belongs to the government. But it tends to leave the other lands, non-public lands, to either the Land Act or to customary law. So some of the issues you are raising may not be directly things we can pick up in the Constitution, because the Constitution tends to focus on public land, what belongs to all of us as a people, what belongs to particular communities, their own customary law, and the Land Act may be the place to go to solve some of the problems that we have. So I think that's and then the National Security Council issue. I think we've also gotten similar representation from those bodies that were set up after the Constitution, right? The small arms came, I think, after '93, but at least the Minister for Interior, who is your sector minister, right, is on the National Security Council. So it's a good point, but we can reflect that in a report. I think the moderator reminded me that somebody raised a question about the LGBT issue. The same response on the sex issue, right? So age of consent around sex and marriage, those things are statutory issues that are dealt with in legislation, right? You won't find anywhere in the Constitution any of these issues dealing with, issues around sex, rape, LGBT, all of those things are statutory issues. So like I said, if you want a particular amendment in that area, that's where you go. You go to the statutory, you go to the parliament, and that issue can be dealt with as, in fact, the attempt was made by parliament. Of course, if somebody believes that that law has has infringed on their rights, they can go to court to challenge it. But a lot of these things are done at that level of parliament. So that is where you would have to go, just like domestic violence issues to do with marriage, consent, sexual consent, lack of consent. These are statutory matters that you hardly find dealt with in the Constitution.
All right. Chairman, with your permission, I have a young girl who wants to ask a question.
I am the person of Ansolito Stephanie, a member of the Curious Minds team. I am very grateful for this opportunity. Initially, I wanted to talk about the consent of sex and child and marriage, which is the age. But since it has been addressed, I am very grateful. My next concern is drug abuse. As it stands now, it is something that is very critical and problematic, which is now something that is increasing rapidly among the youth. So I'm not very sure if there is a clear provision in the Constitution regarding this issue, but I think it should be addressed immediately and quickly in order to prevent further complications. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that point. Again, let us emphasize that
the
Constitution is the supreme law of the land, but it is not the only law of the land. In fact, communities must seriously engage your MPs on this issue of substance abuse. It's a big national problem and a crisis. It's a public health crisis. We are wasting our youth and we are losing the future of the youth. You don't need a constitution review committee to come to your community before you can raise this issue. MPs must be made to do the work for which they are elected as legislators. If it requires a public policy solution, we must have it. At least you should expect that when I was growing up, sometimes you get this announcement on radio about the ills of smoking, the ills of alcohol, none of this happens even with drugs. I've never seen one single public health announcement talking about the dangers of drugs, its effect on your liver. A lot of young people are dying of stroke and heart attack. All of these things are related. Not a single public service announcement. But these things don't have to be in the Constitution. You must bring these things to the notice of your elected officials and your appointed officials the MMDC, the parliament, especially members of parliament. Especially members of parliament. And they must be taking this issue up. It's a crisis that shouldn't wait for the constitution to be amended before government can act on this substance abuse problem. It's a really big issue, and I'm glad that you have raised it. But there are other places where this must go. It is not an appropriate thing. I mean, we don't have, I can't see anywhere in the constitution where you would put something like that. But it is a big public health crisis, and we must deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Paula Denise Emisa, also a member of the Curious Minds Club. Article 60, Clause 11 states that in the absence of both the President and the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament assumes the office of the President. But there is no specific or clear provision in the Constitution in the case where all three are absent. And I believe that this is a matter that needs to be addressed.
So I think there's an easier solution, because you can go to the fourth, you can put a fourth person there, and then that fourth person is also knocked off. And you can put a fifth person there. So you can keep going until the whole Ghana is in the constitution, right? There's an easier solution to the problem. The proposal that has been made is that the reason why we are facing this problem is that there was a court case where the Supreme Court held that when the president is away, right, it has essentially, when the president travels outside the country, it is taken to be an absence, and the vice president must be sworn in. And when the president and vice president are both absent, then the speaker. But actually, if you just say that, no, there is no vacancy and nobody needs to be sworn in until and unless the president is incapacitated or has died or has resigned. So when the president travels to the UN to deliver a speech at the United Nations in New York, why should he be treated as if he is absent? He is doing his work just abroad. When the vice president goes to an ECOWAS meeting, why is he absent? He's still working as vice president. So if we cure that problem this way, that issue will not arise. The only person who will be sad is the speaker, because they will never be sworn in as president, and they may not like it, but it solves the problem for all of us. So I think there's an easier solution to that problem. Instead of listing the fourth person, the fifth person, the seventh person, the eighth person, because they can all be knocked off one day, and we may have a problem, right? So I think there's an easier proposal that we have received to just say that when the president is physically away from the jurisdiction, that would not be taken to mean that there's a vacancy in the office or that he's absent. Then we don't have a problem.
Thank you very much. My name is Tahir Zakiu, Development Planning Officer. Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, I would like to refer to the Constitution, Chapter 20, if you come to 248, 1 and 2. And if I may create your indulgence, I'll read. 248, 1 and 2. Yes. 2481 says, a candidate seeking election to a district assembly or any lower local government unit shall present himself to the electorate as an individual and shall not use any symbol associated with any political party. 2, a political party shall not endorse, sponsor, offer a platform to, or in any way campaign for or against a candidate seeking election to a district assembly or any lower local government unit. And it is evident that, unless of course we want to pretend, that we know for sure that political parties are behind assembly members. So my opinion is that these two articles should be expunged from the Constitution and instead put something that will make it partisan. Secondly, a brother raised a question or a concern with regards to NDPC. And if you look at Article 86, it is clear that NDPC is mentioned in the Constitution And like he said, and you were suggesting as to how the form should be. Over the years, from 1992, we've had PALMS card, we've had Vision 2020, we've had GPRS 1 and 2, we now have Agenda for Jobs 1 and 2, you know, and it's on and on. We don't know the line that the country is towing. Like we have political party manifestos. What I think can be done should be NDPC in conjunction with GIP, Ghana Institute of Planners, can factor in the two manifestos from or any other manifesto, put it together, bring out a roadmap so that it will be tied to any government that comes in. There will be a roadmap for that particular thing. Every government, successive governments, can toe that particular line. And I think if, for instance, Ghana Institute of Planners, together with NDPC, should come together, vet political party manifestos, and put it together as a composite document. If not, we've had all those planning policies. What end? No one knows. We don't know where we are going. Thank you.
Let me follow up quickly on that one. So this issue of parties in local government election and MMDC, or whether it's MMDC or the assembly itself, it's of course the big issue that comes up when you talk about electing the mayors or MMDCs. And the response you usually get is the one that you have given, that all of us know that the parties are already there. So why don't you just make them? Of course, I mean, you can say that all of us know that every president takes advice from his or her spouse. So why don't you just, put it in the constitution that, the spouses can advise the president? I mean, the fact that we know that something happens does not necessarily mean that we should codify it or say that because it is so in fact, let us make it so in law. One of the things interesting, things we have discovered. So there was a focus group discussion that I participated in once in Koforidua around this issue of parties and elections at the local level. So Article 248, 1 and 2, exactly the one you quoted. And we asked them, why is it that you know that MPP and NDC are involved in these assembly elections? We all know that they are involved, but you don't want it to become official. And the answer was interesting, that even though we know they are involved, because they are not officially or overtly involved, it does not, the campaign and election is peaceful. There's no money involved in the election. There are no billboards. Nobody is making, the parties don't come and do campaigns, and everything is quiet. And we like it that way. So they have an argument in terms of the order and peace in the local community and money in politics and all of those things. They think that even though we know that the parties are behind these candidates, because they can't show their face openly, no MPs, no minister is coming from Accra, no MP is coming here to do campaign, everything is quiet. And that's how we want it. So, and that I think is an important argument to take into account, because a lot of people don't want the parties involved. And you ask them why, and they will tell you that what it is, we all know we are pretending, but the result is better. So it's not a very straightforward issue that because we know that it is already going on, we should legitimize it. Because once you legitimize it, the consequences will be different. Then now you have rallies, you are going to have big billboards, money is going to come from the parties, national executives are going to come, regional executives are going to come, and it will change the nature of the election. So that is the response that we got. And in fact, I had not thought about it at all, but that response was very interesting. And for me, it was very enlightening. So it is not a very easy, straightforward matter. You know, they have other arguments why, and you can do a poll. You can actually do a survey in the local community. We have done many surveys. Afrobarometer has done surveys. CDD has done surveys. Most Ghanaians want MMDCs to be elected, but they don't want the parties. They don't want the parties. And I think that there must be a stronger argument than just saying that because we all already know, we should therefore allow it. Because we know a lot of things, but we don't allow it. Our revered chiefs should not remain silent forever. You are completely free to speak your mind. When we left Bolga, we decided that, you know, in Bolga we had the chief speak first, or the chief spoke first, and some people were saying that, well, once the chief speaks first, it makes it difficult for other people to follow. We said, well, so once the people have spoken first, then the chief should be free to speak, because then you are not silencing anybody. So please, if you have an opinion, absolutely, especially on this very big issue of election of MMDCs. The president has already stated it that maybe this is the last time we are going to appoint MMDCs. He's not speaking for the Constitution Review Committee, but that is consistent with everything that we have also heard from people. People want to elect their MMDCs. What would be the role on chieftaincy? What role do chiefs want to perform in a local government system where the chief executive of the locality is elected? That's one issue. The issue that chiefs have also been talking about is this natural resource governance at the local level. If a mineral or natural resource is in your area and the government now wants to move to a system where the community participates in the grant of concessions, who must be the one granting the consent? Assembly, chief, a mixture of the two. The benefit sharing, how must it be done? So these are proposals, and you don't have to say it publicly. You can actually put it in a submission. Like I said, we haven't met the National House of Chiefs yet, but we have met, in every place we have gone to, we've met some of the paramount chiefs. And you are invited to write and submit a written proposal. If you don't want to speak publicly, that's fine. So these are some of the issues, and the chiefs have also been interested in the Council of State and how it should be reformed. So at least these three issues directly affecting chieftaincy, you are free, really, and encouraged to send us some representation. Thank you.
All right, Chairman, your kind permission, I take two more questions, then I come to them. Yes, let me take count for you. Yes. All right. Quick one, then I'll go to the other lady.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I am Inspector Eric Amachi of the Ghana Immigration Service. Mine is a question, a suggestion, and a contribution at the same time, but I'm going to be very brief. We are at the entry points, at the airport, the borders, the harbors, and all that. We are not at the missions abroad, the embassies. We don't travel abroad to look at how the visas are issued to foreign nationals who come into our country. But we are the ones that are supposed to inspect, actually work on the visas to see if it is valid or not. This concern is not new to many here. I'm pretty sure it has been in Parliament for so many times that immigration should be at foreign missions abroad. At least it will help in capacity building, and then also we can also learn more to do more for Ghana, because you cannot it's okay. I think my point is well made.
Inspector Machi, your point is you shouldn't feel shy. You are not the only one trying to write yourself into the Constitution. A lot of the agencies, when they come, you see the small arms people, they are trying to get in. The fire service, everybody is trying to get in. You shouldn't feel ashamed, okay?
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my name is Vida Adi from the National Youth Authority. Over the years, the National Youth Authority and the Ministry for Youth Empowerment is trying all it out best to overcome the canker of drug abuse. But my concern is with the enforcement law of the Narcotic Control Enforcement Bylaws. That's the 1990 PNDC Law 236, which clearly spell out the penalties for these offenders. When we come to importation and then manufacturing, I realize that the punishment for offenders, that is what is affecting our youth today. If the Constitution can revise or review these bylaws for offenders, because we realize that importers and manufacturers are the muggles in this business. And if an importer of an illicit drug at the end of the day gets just 5 years, knowing very well that after investing in these drugs, 5 years' time, I'll come back to enjoy the benefit, then I don't think this problem is going to solve in our nation. So I'm pleading, if the Constitution can revise these bylaws for the Narcotic Control Board. Thank you.
All right, so let me try the chiefs and see.
The Constitution Review Commission that was formed in 2010, when it submitted its report in 2011, it made recommendations that were to go into the Constitution, and some of the things that it had heard that could not go into the Constitution, it made proposals for legislative or administrative changes. So this proposal certainly is not something that can go directly into the Constitution, but since the Narcotics Control Board is set up by an act, we can propose, a review of that act and amendments or repeal to make sure that the penalties and things are enhanced. So again, we will still listen and take notes on it, and where we cannot do it ourselves, we will propose that the appropriate body, in this case Parliament, take a look at this, and if they can fix something, then they should. Thank you.
All right, Chairman, with your kind permission, I'm coming to the chief. But in between time, the regional director of GBC says, let me quote him, he said, the Inspector General of Police, IGP, should be appointed by an independent body rather than the president. This is his mind. Then he says again, issues of environmental protection, example, the perennial bush burning in the north. Why can't we get some legislation in place to solve that problem? Regional Director of GBC, that's Mr. Christopher Siedu. Okay, so I'll come to the chiefs, then I'll go this way. I'm being accused for bias, but it's not true. Okay, so say again. So, Chairman, can I go on with our chiefs?
Yes, please.
All right. Oh, the chiefs are debating among themselves, Mr. Chairman. Okay. All right. Gulina.
Thank you very much. In every system, we have seniority. Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman. Before I go, a contributor here made a point about that they don't trust chiefs. And I think he was a bit hard on us. Chiefs should be trusted. Because if you are not trusted, you can be made a chief. You just don't jump into a system or onto people and claim that you are their chief and they'll accept you. So once you are accepted by your people, it means, yeah, thank you. Once you are accepted by your people, it means that you can be trusted. Thank you very much on that. Yes, the chiefs, our major concern and one of the issues is about decentralization and local governance. You know, we are at that level. And the issue of election or not to elect a DCE or elect a DCE is something that we are looking at. The current system is a bit moderate as far as chiefs are concerned. Well, we are saying this. An elected DCE indeed will be very powerful. Very, very powerful. Because he will have all the resources that he can. And at times, if care is not taken, he can be rude towards the chiefs. And that conflict is likely to be there. So we think that, yes, since everybody is talking about election, well, we'll be forced to go by election. Let's elect the DCE, but not on partisan basis. We should elect the DCE based on non-partisan basis. By that, we think that the chiefs can have a role to play. Currently, we have 30% reserved for chiefs and other people. We are not very sure whether when the DC is elected, that 30% will still be reserved for the chief, the physically challenged, the women, and so on and so forth. If no, but we still maintain that let that 30% be there. That will enable the chiefs to be part of the district assemblies. You elect district assembly members where the chiefs are not to do politics. And now that we are going for elections, if we don't make it non-partisan and make it partisan, and chiefs are not to do politics, what role are we going to play? That is why we think that we should go the non-partisan way and elect the DCEs. Yes, we all agree that they should be elected. Chairman, we also look at the Regional Coordination Council, the position of the regional minister. Currently, they say he supervises and coordinate and evaluate the activities of DCEs. We are tempted to think that the regional minister's position should be elective. And instead of saying regional minister, we'll change the title to regional chief executive so that it will agree with the district chief executives. If we make it elective, he will be available to the chiefs and people of the region and will be accountable to the people and not to the president. Maybe somebody will ask, how are we going to elect him? Our view is that we constitute an electoral college to elect him. So that when he's elected, then he too will now have the capacity to supervise the district chief executives. If you don't elect him and he's just appointed to come and supervise elected DCEs, we think there will be conflict in the future. I'm elected, you are not elected, and you want to supervise me. So that issue In order to cure it, let's elect him also. I think I will raise my case here for now. We are with others.
May I, with your permission, follow up with a couple of questions? So on the regional minister issue, so once we elect currently the MMDC is described in the Constitution as the agent or representative of the president at the district level. Maybe once we elect, that role may have to change, right? Oh, okay. So we have some good news here. So once we elect an MMDC, the question has been raised whether that person continues to be the agent or representative of the president at the local level. We don't know the answer to that yet. They may well have to wear two hats, represent the local community and also implement government policy. We haven't figured out how that works. But at least, if you keep a regional minister at the intermediate level between the central government and the local, then the person in the middle is an appointee of the president. Then even if the local government, the MMDC is not the representative of the president, at least at the regional level, there is somebody there who represents the central government. Because remember, the central government, we are not going for a federal system. We are still a unitary state. We are just devolving power from the center to the local. So there has to be a balance. Would the political class in Accra be willing to support a devolution model where they don't have a representative at the district level and don't have it also at the regional level? How does that work with a unitary system where the central government must still want to have somebody who is in charge of implementing and supervising implementation of government policy at the subnational level? So that's one issue we have to be concerned with. And then on the role of the chiefs, I think your suggestion is consistent with what we have also picked up, that people still want, at least the chiefs still want the 30% government appointees to remain, but no more government appointees. Instead of government appointees, it becomes just chiefs and then identifiable minority groups in the local area. Because some of the complaints we receive was that currently the 30% is the local party that basically decides who the government must appoint. So maybe once we elect MMDCs, the enhanced role of the chief, must remain in the 30%. The issue you raised about the likely conflict between an elected MMDC and the chief, because now they derive their legitimacy directly from the people, the same people that you also derive your social legitimacy or cultural legitimacy from, they also derive their political legitimacy from those people. So they'll become very powerful and they may be rude, as you put it, to the chief. That is an interesting issue. And you are probably correct that that may happen. How do we deal with it? Because really, this is an issue that, we want to make sure that whatever we propose will deal with the consequences too. A lot of issues arise from electing MMDCs. This is one of them. The other question we have faced in some places, especially Accra, especially where you have a multi-ethnic community with certain minorities within the community, concerns have been raised about what the election would be. If it's pure majority rule, then only the majority will always pick their person. People have raised concerns about women, that women may not even get elected ever. That's one issue. Even in Accra, the Gans have raised a concern. The indigenes who are now in the minority, more or less, in terms of population, have said, but if you elect mayors in Accra, we may never elect a Gan. And how is that going to work? So it's not all, I'm saying this to say that the election alone doesn't answer all the problems. There are a lot of issues that come out once you agree that we should elect. Representation for women, representation for ethnic minorities. What does it do for ethnic conflict? So, for example, one proposal is maybe we should elect both MMDC and the deputy, so that the deputy, for example, if the main candidate is a man, the other candidate cannot be a man, so that at least we elect, there has to be a deputy. So some different suggestions are coming up so that we deal with this problem. I'm just saying this to emphasize that those of you who support the election, think about the consequences and help us with proposals to deal with the outcome. Of course, we are thinking on the committee about different models, but we need suggestions from people as to this issue of chieftains, chief MMDC relationship. You don't want local conflict to happen because, hey, you didn't elect me. The people choose me. Who are you to say anything to it? That is a problem we have to deal with, but we don't want conflict. So it's an important point that the chief has raised about how we make sure that in solving one problem, we don't create a new one. Because that's always a big problem. Thank you. Snacks. Apparently, I wasn't calling a snack break because I wasn't sure. touched on a lot of issues, including, I'm happy that your MMDCs are back, because local government and decentralization and how to get it right really among the central issues that we have encountered in all of our engagements so far. So we are glad that some of you are back here and you can contribute your insights as well. So I think before we left, we had the honor of having the contribution from one of our paramount chiefs. He has since left, but we understand that there are other issues that will be raised on behalf of the chiefs by another member of the community. So, Mr. Moderator, you can continue.
Okay, we are continuing from where we left. We are going back to the chiefs.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Uru Usman Devia Nangpa, the third Paramount Chief of Poloma Traditional Area in the Sisala West District. I am asked to represent the voice of the Regional House of Chiefs, having been given the opportunity by our senior colleague who opened the floor for us. I am here with Lamuse Koro, my big brother. We have a few points for your attention. We are proposing that the part of the Constitution that says a chief cannot summon people to their palaces if they do not agree to come should be looked at again. We are of the strong opinion that for local governance and regional authorities to be strengthened, chiefs should have the privilege to summon our subjects on issue of civil cases like land, marriage, dispute of family, disagreements, inheritance, and what have you. I am not familiar with the part of the Constitution that says that, but we are told that you cannot even summon someone who is not your subject. That is a bit challenging to us. For example, if I have a non-indigenous who is doing something or passing by and perhaps kills goat in my community by accident, I will not be able to summon that person because he does not hail from my community. Can we look at that for the chiefs? We are also strongly proposing that a share of the district assembly common fund be allocated to chiefs for projects in their traditional areas, where they have direct supervisory roles and privilege to choose where and what goes to which community that needs it more. I am privileged to have my district chief executive right beside me. I am making this proposal in hope that he will support the idea to get. As we speak, every year the chiefs contribute the traditional council budget to be added to the composite budget of the district assembly. But we are hardly able to get anything directly to come and take care of the traditional areas. As I speak, My Honorable DC is aware, and even the Honorable MP has contributed to self-initiative projects in the area of healthcare and education that the community is initiating. If there were to be a fund for development, it would have gone into some of these areas. We are also concerned about mining concessions, which have already been discussed. We want to add our voice that land tenure system and land economy and land governance, it's not a straitjacket thing across the country. In our area, some lands are owned by the chiefs, some by families, and individual owners. In fact, there are also even some who are usufructs, if I'm allowed to say so. And if you give such lands because the government has the authority to mine natural resources, the livelihoods of those individuals working in those lands are affected. And more often than not, you see that such concessions are given without recourse to landowners. So I would want to propose that apart from just chiefs, our peculiar situation is that families that own land or individuals that own land should be part of the negotiation table. The issue of mining in water areas and reserves is a horse that has been flogged too many times. I want to believe the government is already doing something. Maybe the committee can propose very draconian measures to scare the big fishes, so that if you have gold bars full of this house, but you lose everything in terms of incarceration and others, you will see it as not a good venture to exchange your freedom for. So without option for fine. Without option for fine. Because I have watched documentaries from Joy News, and children are being born without no anus. Kidneys are already rotten. A 6-year-old having kidney failure, heart diseases, turbidity levels of water that we are drinking. I'm even told in one documentary, bananas and cassava are beginning to have traces of mercury. And we are all, I'm a lover of cassava fufu. That's it to my life. Even though I don't enjoy any gold money, my life is at stake. We are also proposing that the Council of State can be looked at again and perhaps make it an upper chamber or a senate. In doing so, some may be elected directly, but there should be representatives of chiefs and other minority groups so that no one is left out. We can say people living with disability. We can be deliberate with the selection process, minority tribes and all of that. Queen mothers to be represented in ways that can be outlined in your report. My senior and former schoolmate, State Attorney, mentioned a capping on the age of people who aspire to be president of our dear country. If we want to look at that, we want to also propose that the age of president to to begin with, should not be 40 years. The examples are abound of presidents, our own His Excellency late Jerry John Rawlings got to the president, whether by accident or by divine, but he did well, even in his youth. The current president of France got to presidency less than 40 years. And a few others. Our neighbors, Burkina Faso and Togo, are clerical examples. Should we not be looking at when to start instead of when to end? So we are proposing 35 to start. So if you cut 5 years off, 80 to 75, you add it down. 35 to 80 years or 75 years, the equation remains the same. So we are also looking at this assembly elections. It looks like it's more like a consensus about whether to elect our DCs, but the how. We are further proposing the election of DCs should not be partisan, and that it should be run concurrently with the president and the member of parliament on the same day to cut cost. So that we don't organize another day to do that. Or if we want to decouple from the president and parliamentary elections, then the DC should be elected with this assembly members and unit committee members on the same day, so that cost could be very effective. On this humble note, we submit that this is a precursory discussion following maybe a having your engagement with the National House, where the real issues will be discussed. We are grateful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We will definitely, when you say, are you also promising that you give us something in writing? That are you also promising that you will give us this presentation will be in writing? Can you give us a submission in writing at some point that documents this for our records? We are recording it. It's also being captured logically by audio, but we would be very happy if this was in written form. But in any case, I think I just want to follow up on some of the points, not all of them, and get some clarification from you. So one of the issues that has been recurring is, again, I'm stating that the principle that local communities going forward must have a say-so in terms of giving consent or concurrence to the award of contracts for mining in their area. One of the issues that I raised is, what do you do about chieftaincy disputes? Once you grant more power to the chieftaincy institution, some people are concerned that the problem we already have in many parts of the country with chieftaincy disputes then would be even further aggravated. And it would be to the detriment of the local community. So, for example, if we say, before a concession is granted to a third party to come and explore or exploit the resource in the local area, you must procure the consent of the local community given by chief or district assembly or some combination of chief, landowner, all of that. And at the time you come, there's a chieftaincy dispute. Can that not hold up the whole process? So you say they should go to the local area for consent, but there's a chieftaincy dispute. They have no chief. What do we deal with? How do we deal with this problem of chieftaincy disputes, which some fear would get even further aggravated once we give chiefs more power? So that's one issue.
Quickly.
I'll come up with a few others, right? So that is one issue. On the natural resource governance area generally, when we, if we were to keep the, however, whether it's one third appointees, and we say that once we elect MMDC, that all goes to chiefs and minorities, persons with disability, women and others, right? Again, of course, you are writing chiefs into the system of local government directly. In addition to giving chiefs some role in the approval process for contracts and concessions and others, there's been this other suggestion that I've seen, that on the assembly, when chiefs are made part of the assembly, is it enough for them to just sit in assembly meetings and be part of the deliberation? Or could we have them play a specific functional role? So, for example, chiefs traditionally and historically have had a lot to do with conservation of natural resources in our traditional system, even with sanitation, communal labor, all of those things. These are big problems we still have in our local government. So would you be in support of a proposal that says if chiefs are to sit in the assembly, they should also, beyond just being able to participate in the meetings, should we be able to appoint them to committees or some role where they will oversee certain particular functional areas of local government, like conservation of forests, like public health or something? So I think the principle, I just want to get your idea how, and you don't have to have a ready-made answer. This is why I say it's good to, you can go back and give us some more detail. How do we really make in local government? That's basically the question I'm asking. I think a time has come where people think that this is an important risk with a lot of social legitimacy that we are throwing away, and that we should find ways of integrating them into local government in a way that makes it effective. The last issue has to do with this issue of summoning subjects or non-subjects. I know this is a very, it's a big concern for a lot of chiefs. It's not in the Constitution. I think it's the Chieftaincy Act or somewhere there. But I think the concern is that if it is part of your adjudicatory functions in terms of applying customary law, you are sitting on a matter within your customary law jurisdiction, whether as alternative dispute resolution or however it is. And then, of course, then the parties involved, if they submit to your jurisdiction, then, of course, you can have them appear before you. The problem becomes if you are allowed to extend your summoning powers when there is no matter before you involving those parties, or it is a non-civil, like it's quasi-criminal, then you are almost directly clashing with the sovereign power of the state in terms of police powers. And that is where the problem is, that if you allow, then you are going to resurrect the Ahimfie police. Now you are going to have local police out there, which is representing the sovereign republic. those have monopoly of criminal law matters. If we allow you to summon, then you also have the power to enforce your summons. And you can send some local boys to go and arrest. And that's going to create a law and order problem. So there are a lot of issues that have come up of this issue. You know, how do you do it in such a way that, like I said, our goal is to minimize, to not solve a problem and create a new one. You know, we don't want to propose a recommendation that will create other problems. How do you do this? How do we allow you to more or less enforce summons against a person that is more like a criminal matter? You know, then the police and, you know, law enforcement will have problems with it. We are seeing a little bit of this in that. You know, every year it happens. The traditional authority issues a ban saying that during this time of the year, you cannot drum, whether you are a church or whatever, you can't drum or make noise through drumming. And then they send their own subjects to go and enforce it in the churches or wherever you are drumming. And that always creates a law and order problem. So these are some of the sensitivities around allowing chiefs to go back to the old Ahemfie police model. You know, so exactly some of these things, I don't think it's just because people don't want chiefs to be effective. I get your point about being effective, but there are also a lot of issues people are worried about. How can we regulate that power so that it is not abused?
I think that's why you are here and we are making proposals.
Issue so that you can take all of them on board. Within the same framework where you are proposing chiefs' authority enhanced in civil matters and so on, let me find out from you, from our traditional leaders and elders, in talking about chiefs and their power and cultural development, in what ways would chiefs, what roles could chiefs play in the general development of culture? You see, because one, chiefs claim, and the majority of people believe, that chiefs are custodians of our culture, blah, blah, blah. But around us, we see so many areas of culture, important areas of culture, that are not being developed. One area is language, and language development, folklore, and so many other customs that are very important, such as you are talking about environment, the degradation of water bodies, and so on. Many of these had customary practices that protected them. In what ways can chieftaincy, chiefs, traditional authorities, enhance the overall cultural development of our societies?
Thank you, Prof. At the personal level, maybe I should, I'm beginning to forget some of the areas.
Okay, so there's another layer of concern regarding, you know, your, if you like, prosecutorial powers, your power to summon and all of that. That what's the assurance that you wouldn't use that power against your opponent if that tool is a contested tool, right? That's a very, very a concern that they also have. So please add it to the issues that you address.
Thank you. Thank you. The issue of summons is something that we are looking to partner the review committee on how to carve it so that the excesses that we anticipate may be kept by a few, let me put, delinquent characters. Most often than not, power is tricky. You get it, and you, if you are not careful, you want to lord it over others. But there are cultural and customary boundaries that guides a chief as to how you can deal with your subjects, even as they are your opponents, maybe in a recently contested scale. So we want to look at how those submissions will go to the National House in detail, so that if I have an opponent who contested me before I got a chance to be, I do not deal with such an opponent capriciously with a lot of ill intent. And we are saying, you do not give me a bowl to carry and clap my hands at the back without a head part. It makes it extremely difficult to balance it, especially if it is a calabash. So, we are saying, give us the power, but put impediments in our way to curb anyone who may want to blow unnecessary hot air. On the issue of culture, where Prof, I see him to be very passionate about it. On a personal level, again, my vice president of the Traditional Council, in very deep discussions with me, has written books in our local languages, meanings, dictionaries, and things, trying to develop our language. A people without language has no identity. And there are some languages that are 100 years before today that were very identifiable. Today, those languages are extinct. So if you ask of those people, they say they were here. So I tell them in our meeting, a people's identity is first and foremost language. So we are writing, and we are hoping others that will come after us will continue. In fact, we have been managed with the help of Sisala Union to get Sisali to be written at the BEC and SHS level to the training college. And it has started. The MPs are helping. They are paying fees deliberately to make sure that it works. On the environment, Prof, I am your junior passionate advocate. Last 2 years at the Gandawe Nawa Hilme Festival, the chiefs held a meeting and banned cutting of our economic trees, share, and the African locust tree, Dawa Dawa. And we made sure we kept a task force to look around in the bush and kept vigil at sites that some trees were basically falling. So as for environment, I was telling the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission, they brought a program called CREMA, improve nest seedlings of share. I took some and I planted them in my area. I am also advocating that baobab, tamarind, and other in the wild that have enormous health benefits should not be allowed to go extinct. And they are being looked at one after the other. So environment is one key area. That's why we are saying that if somebody brings a concession here illegally and mine to get gold full of this house, and he's been sent to the dungeons to earn, maybe if he's 70 years, he spends all without an option of fine or money. They will not go and do those things. Let's make the punishment very biting. Culture. I am instituting a cultural festive week to resuscitate all old dances that I have heard of but have not seen, to revive the culture of our people in our traditional era. These are the little things we are doing as custodians of our culture.
Since we are talking about constitution, our interest is, how does the constitution, which is the law of the land, how do we couch such things so that the constitution will back these positive progressive developments of culture? That's what I mean. So that, for instance, these initiatives that you and I know some other chiefs are taking will be institutionalized as national things to do, that if you don't do, you go against the law.
As a layman, the law is a bit scary. So maybe we can just tell you our challenges, and then you find a way of letting the Constitution protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for this very important opportunity given us. One thing that is really bothering us is there was an administrative fiat at the National House of Chiefs, influenced by the then Minister for Chieftaincy. I think the one who got sick and then resigned and gave it to the other one. He removed a clause from the law and brought about a flood of chieftaincy disputes, because hitherto it has been that if you have a problem with the chieftaincy in a particular traditional area, maybe 2-3 people are contesting a particular seat or skin, all of them have to stay away from the chieftaincy. Then when you have finished, whoever wins then goes into the palace. But that one was removed, the clause was removed by just an administrative fiat, and it became a problem for us. It's one thing that we think should be brought back. The people who are feuding should stay there and finish before they're accepted into the fold of the chiefs. I think it will help Ghana a lot.
A bit related to the question I wanted to ask about the chieftaincy disputes. Yeah. I mentioned earlier that concerns that about giving more power to chiefs, especially when it involves resources, right? Yes, so currently, the student, for example, is holding in its account for various jurisdictions, various traditional areas, lots of money, because the seat is being disputed. So that is, in a way, also depriving sometimes the local communities of some resources. When there's a chieftaincy dispute, so as we are talking about bringing chiefs and local communities into natural resource governance, not just on the consent side or the concurrence side, but also on the benefit sharing. So if a certain amount of revenue from the mining activity is supposed to come to a chief on behalf of the community, and there's a dispute, where they mean that if there is no chief there to receive the money legitimately, the community is deprived of that resource until the chieftaincy dispute is resolved. That may have been the reason for this removal of that clause, that if you don't have a chief in place at any given time, it actually disfavors the community, because certain resources may be going to the community through the chief. And if you don't have a chief for 20 years,
then the amount is accumulating at the Stool Land Secretariat or somewhere else, and the community doesn't have it. So exactly. So the alternative is, in the absence of a chief whose legitimacy is not in doubt, should we give the money to the district assembly? That is one alternative, so that it will give chiefs an incentive to solve the problem. Because if you are just waiting there and the money is piling up until you come, then you have no incentive. But if we say that if you don't resolve your chieftaincy dispute, whatever is supposed to be going to the chief will go to the assembly, then at least the community is still benefiting.
Can we let's make this proposal. The customary land secretariats at the traditional council level have accounts in the name of the customary land secretariat, of which the chief is just one of the signatories. Whilst the chief may not even be there are regents that can act in such capacities, or acting presidents of the traditional council. So if there is a concession that needs to be discussed, landowners, representatives of the traditional area, either the acting president or the regent, can step into the shoes of the chief. So that the monies for the traditional area are not sent to the district assembly. So that whilst the chief is not there, the area can continue to benefit from allocated resources due them. So that whatever discussions they are having as to who becomes the lawful heir to the skin or to the throne is discussed at another level. So customary land secretariat, land finance, whatever, let's decouple that from who becomes the chief, so the people can continue to benefit while they solve the problem of who becomes the chief. Thank you.
If I may even add, in fact, if you look at the Chieftaincy Act clearly, there's a sharing formula. And the money that comes to the chief is not meant for the chief personally as a person. It goes to the traditional council. It goes to the traditional council. So if he's no more, nobody else can just spend it. It doesn't come to him personally as his chop money. No. It goes to improve on the skin or the stool, not his personal property.
Yeah,
no.
And I think that's also been one of the areas of controversy. So there are, in terms of the distribution, once the Stool Land or Skin Land Secretariat takes its share for administration, the balance is distributed, the stool or skin for the maintenance of the stool, in keeping with its status under customary law. Nobody is exactly sure what that is, whether you go and pacify the gods or the money is for, nobody knows. Then the second is the traditional council, and then the district assembly. So that first one, what is this used for? Okay, so, I mean, sure, I mean, so it's like a clothing allowance for the, but that one is personal, right? So the first tier of the distribution to the stool or skin for the maintenance of the stool in keeping with their status, that one is personal. Then the next one is the one that goes to the council. And then the third tier is to the district assembly. But since the council and the assembly are both serving the local community, what is the problem? Why do we have to separate out? Why is the council's role so different from the assembly in terms of what we use the money for? It's all the local community that is benefiting.
The point is that the chief receives visitors every single day. Every single day. Me particularly, this week alone, I've spent about 25 million from my pocket. Yes, from my pocket. And I remember I go to rams that I bought from Hamele to give to some people. If you were to come to my place, I have to provide you something. So such things, it is very expensive if you put them together. So that's some of the things that these things are meant for. They're not just, as I keep mentioning, they're not just for the chief to go and buy food and chop. Far from that one.
Okay. But Chief, let's find out. You said 25 million, as in old currency or?
2,500.
Okay, 2,500. Let's put it right. before it becomes a problem here. Chairman, with your permission, I think the bar president wants to talk. There's another one here. There are two people here, then there's one at the back. And the fire service, then, I don't know, we use your discretion, then we see the way forward.
Okay, my name is Daniel Banoko. I work for the Center for Indigenous Knowledge and Organizational Development. We have worked quite very well with the traditional authorities for some time, and I just want to contribute to some of the issues that have come up. If you look at the decentralization as a principle, I think the traditional authorities, if I'm not mistaken, are the most decentralized system of governance we have. In every paramountcy, you have a chief. Under the paramount chief, you have divisional chiefs. And then you have sub-divisional chiefs. And every village and section has a headsman. So in terms of representation, what I want to stress is, rather than look at the weaknesses of the system, let's look at what does it have to offer in our decentralization conversation. And how do we help to improve that system for effective governance, especially bringing the true meaning of decentralization to our communities. So effectively, I think the traditional authority is one of the most decentralized governance structures that we have. We've been able to introduce, in southern Ghana, they had queen mothers, which brings in a fair representation of gender, women participation in traditional governance. In our today's modern politics governance system, we are still struggling to balance out how many women and men in terms of ratio of men and women in appointments and all of that. But in traditional Akan community, every chief has a queen mother. And the queen mother has an effective role to play in terms of women representation and decision making at the palace to some extent. So gender-wise, it is also very well represented. In northern Ghana, there was a void where we didn't have women playing a role in that whole structure. But I know of some parts of northern region where women are chiefs, like men, they are just chiefs. But in the non-centralized societies, we had a problem. So we did some work, research, and we were told that there used to be traditional women leaders in our ancient times. Some led wars, even when they had roles that they played that have evolved and changed over time, leading to the concept of magazia. That was adapted and politicized for modern governance system. But the magazia concept has a history, if you look at it. They were women traditionally available to working with traditional authorities to solve problems. The modern politics took advantage of such powerful women who played a role within traditional settings, converted them into magazias to exploit for political exploitation. So we worked with, first of all, the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs and reinstituted what we call the traditional women leaders based on customs and culture. Hajia sitting in front of you is one of them. She's a Pogna. Now, in that space, we've been able to create a regional balance in terms of gender representation in that governance system as well. So throughout Ghana, in fact, when we started from the Upper West, there was a bit of confusion. I think we still have to go back to that conversation because Upper East, we hadn't done the research within that area. And you know how the politicians behave. Politicians jumped in and immediately, I think it was then within the President Kufuor's regime, they declared that all traditional councils should have traditional women leaders. When we're still doing the research, because there are peculiar contexts in which these things happen. So they declared, and before I realized, Upper East, all the other places, they started installing traditional women leaders. So some installed their wives, others installed their sisters, Others installed their. I mean, this is the truth. So as it stands now, the whole issue of traditional women leaders evolved around, there's a law of chiefs, the laws that determine who a chief should be. And the principle, among all the characters, the principles we looked at, was one that said that the person must hail from the royal family. That's what the law said, that you must hail. Hailing from is it by marriage or is it by birth? It should be by birth. So others were like, okay, it should be a sister, it should be a wife, it should be. That confusion is still there to be solved as we speak now. So I just want to highlight this issue. But apart from these challenges that exist, I can say that the traditional governance system is the most decentralized structure that you can find. Let's look at it from that point. Now, how do we create a blend and formalize that into the current Decentralization Act to make sure that we are able to extend the benefits to all and bring in a lot more responsibilities to everybody? Chiefs, during colonial times, why were they introduced, especially in the non-centralized societies? They played a very important role in revenue mobilization. Take our markets. Every market that you see, I'm telling you that there's not just an association of buyers and sellers. Every market has a spirit. The traditional authorities maintain, and these are things that I cannot validate, and we are talking law. But I have to say it. Every market has, if they don't perform the ceremonies for those markets to function, forget about it, the markets will not function. In Bandankwanta, we set up the Bandankwanta livestock market, and it was an EU project. They said we must have a constitution of who and who. When we went there, the people told us that the imam must be an automatic member of that market. Like it or not, he can't be elected. But he has an important role to function in holding the spirit of the market together. We had no option than to amend the rules to create room for the imam, who has the spirit of the market. Laura market, if the owners of the Tengandeme don't perform the function, if there's a dead person in that market today, nobody will enter there and sell anything. If somebody lies in the market dead, it's automatic. No seller in his reasonable conscience would walk in there to sell until the landowners go in there to perform the certain traditional rites that have to be performed before people can go back there and start to sell. So I'm raising these issues for us to appreciate the value that they bring. Fortunately, if we don't even have anything, we have a ministry, we've created a ministry of chieftaincies, ministry of culture, ministry of whatever. Traditional authorities can function along these lines, okay? But at the decentralized level, at the assembly level, we need to create space at the assembly level and make sure that they are recognized and resourced. They must be recognized and resourced. But the problem we have is that, chiefs, if you have to chop public money, you must be accountable. They have to hold you according to the Public Accounts Committee. And then so we need to look at how do we restructure these things that can allow them, because look, in the past, our chiefs were only survived by people going to farm for them. The society farming for. Today, they don't do that for the chiefs anymore. The chiefs had control over cattle and certain things. The benefits that they got those times to be able to maintain the palace, they don't get those things anymore. Therefore, their role and function is diminishing in the way of keeping together the integrity of customs and traditions that can help to propel the development of all of us. That is why our forests are depleted. A chief will tell you that don't go into this sacred grove and harvest wood. Go in there and harvest. You know what is going to happen to you. It is up to you. Today, they are no longer performing their rituals, the ceremonies, to keep those places alive. And therefore, anybody can walk in and do whatever you want and go away and nothing happens to you. It's a spirituality issue. So you can choose to believe it or not. But there's a reality about that. So what I have to say is, let's weigh that institution for what it has to offer. Let's look at the issue of sermons. If we put them into the decentralization system, they no longer have, we can regulate their powers through the regular police system and give them some judicial response. We are talking about alternative dispute resolutions and all of that. If the chief has a problem and wants to send, but the police is there. The chief cannot just send somebody to go and arrest somebody. There were native colonial policemen at every palace. In the what do you call it? The indirect rule system. Every traditional car had native colonial police officers there who acted in a blend of using the government structure, but together respecting the chiefs and ensuring that there was a balance of how they're using their powers. So I would say we need to have a lot more dialogue. We are prepared to engage because we are losing our culture, we are losing our traditions. And I remember when I was a child, when they said the Sama was coming in terms of, and the chiefs were around. No, they will even come and dip their hand into your TZ bowl to be sure what kind of water was inside the bowl. Miru, those of you are from there. But today, nothing is happening. So I think they truly have something to offer for our decentralization. What is it? How do we tap into that space? Thank you very much.
All right, that's Center for Indigenous Knowledge and Development. Well, fire service. They said they want to.
Yes. Thank you so much. You know, you've raised very valid points that chairman is going to deal with them comprehensively. But I'm intrigued by something. You know, in your conversation, you've mentioned Magajia and then imams. Now, I'm Frafra, right? When we have a discussion about tradition and culture, especially within the northern context, it doesn't include typically the Muslim tradition. So I want to, solicit more views on this. What is the extent to which this Islamic culture is integrated into the northern tradition in terms of the definition of chieftaincy and tradition, those two things, and the leadership structure that emerged from this? I think I'm saying this because I think Wa is more pronounced in terms of the integration from the Islamic customs and norms and the practices as opposed to what pertains to Napa is, for instance. So I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued as to if we were to have an Islamic chief, is that understood to be part of? Does it subsist independently, or does it subsist within the broader context of a chief, let's say, one part of Upper West? I hope you get the context I'm asking the question.
I get you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What I know, maybe I'll let you say, but me, I'm a Dagao. I'm from Laura. But I know that I'm a Tagra. Tagra Yiri people, if you are from Tagra Yiri here. And I was told that we are the imams of the Wa traditional area. Is that correct? You can correct me. And you cannot go to the palace. The imam's role in choosing and installing what do you call it, the wana, cannot be, you can't take it away. So we brought religion. We, the Tagra people, we brought prayer. Right? We brought Islam. We brought Islam to all those non-Islamized people and make sure we Islamize them. So even though I'm a Dagao, I relate because I follow back my culture. I try to learn. So I go home. Every time I go to Tagra Yiri, and we are, if the chiefs cannot find, if there's any prayer, they will call us to come and do the prayer first before they can do anything. So there's an integration of religion and tradition that we cannot just decouple the two. So I think we can still have a lot more conversation. The Wallace, my brothers, the Tagras who are here, you can confirm this one.
Hello, we allow the MCE to give us.
I have another question. I have a few follow-ups for the, the man from the Center for Indigenous Knowledge. I think the committee would like, because you have worked specifically on this, the issue of the integration of traditional authority within our local government system is a big one, especially now that we are contemplating moving into a more decentralized, more devolution, really, with elected local chief executives, right? It's become a big issue. So we really would encourage you to make a submission, a written submission based on the work you've done, which is fantastic, really. So we really still have like at least a 1 month window to receive written submissions. If in the next couple of weeks you could spend some time and put together your findings and your thoughts, that would be extremely important. This issue of Queen Mothers has come up because we've had, in one of our engagements on gender and rights, when we were doing the thematic engagements in Accra, one of the Queen Mothers, I think the Queen Mother for Mampong, Asante Mampong, actually came. And she represents a number of Queen Mothers, but from the Akan background. And of course, she considered that the Queen Mother role is not uniform across the country. But they've been making an advocacy for Queen Mothers to be represented in the regional and national House of Chiefs. Because at least those are state bodies. Those are bodies created, the creatures of the state, not traditional, customary institutions. So since the state is the one that's creating it, it can decide who joins it and who doesn't. So they've been pushing for this to happen. And others have suggested a separate house for Queen Mothers. But there is really, I think we are at a point in our evolution where the idea of women's representation in some form at that level is something that is receiving attention. I'm very much interested in this traditional women leaders idea, that you have evolved, because if it works, then it would solve the gap that we have in those areas don't have Queen Mothers. It might solve that gap, and we could build something on that. So please help us with something really concrete so that it will inform the conversations when we get to start debating and writing the report and the recommendations. But I also like this idea that, part of the fear people have really about the chieftaincy and empowering it some more is that because of our general reverence for our chiefs and the fact that we cannot stand up to them, we cannot demand of them the things we can demand of politicians. We can't speak in their faces. There's a certain fear that the more power and the more resources you give them, the more liable those would be to abuse, and that we can't check anything. So that has been one big issue. And so this idea of, yes, once you have power, once you have resources, you should be willing to be held accountable. You should be willing to submit to regulation. It may be easier to say in theory, but in practice, how is it going to work? If you can help us with some thoughts on that, it's very important. Because under the Constitution currently, chiefs are considered, when it comes to land, chiefs as well as all state managers of land are considered to be fiduciaries, which means they are also trustees, holding it for the people. But there was, I think, a decision of the High Court in Sunyani some time back about chiefs, when they receive resources, when they deal in customary land and they get money, being accountable to the community. And the chief said, no way. They just, no way. We are not accountable under customary law, to make an accounting of whatever we receive to our people. The subjects cannot hold us to account. So it's not working. So that is the real fear. I think there is definitely an appetite for changing our system of local government. It has not worked. People think that it's time for us to start using the chiefs effectively. The British used them effectively to repress and colonize us. How come we cannot use our own homegrown resources for development? So that one, principle accepted. The practice is where we are now. And I think you stand in a very good position, given the experience that you just narrated, to really help us with some interesting ideas around how we solve this. So I would really appeal to you to put something in writing for us. Yeah. All right.
What we If you still have time, we can fund a workshop with you and the chiefs themselves so that we can discuss with them how do we integrate you into the decentralization system.
Chiefs.
Yes.
They haven't given us a date for it yet.
Good.
We're waiting for a date. Maybe if at least from this region,
Yeah.
if they could bring you, whether in a consulting role, in an advisory role, and be part of that conversation.
No, we can fund it ourselves.
Oh, you have money, pa.
It's not about money, but it's an issue, it's an area we can actually have a day's workshop with chiefs, with the committee, just helping us to think through this. But we cannot allow this opportunity to go.
If you can come to Accra, because we don't have the resources to come back. This is what I'm saying, that at the right.
Right. The minister is here. Maybe the minister can bring you back. Let's talk behind the scenes. All right.
All right, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, if they could bring you to the Kumasi meeting, that would be great, actually.
Chair, can I say something?
Please.
As a moderator. The issue of Magajia may be, quote unquote, an alien culture. Probably Magajia is in the Hausa language. But it has been integrated into our system. Last April, when I was traveling with a military officer, he told me that at Bema camp, the wives of soldiers have a Magajia. There's nothing you can do within the compound. For example, if one soldier is flirting with another man's wife, the Magajia has a powerful role to play over there. The soldier man was telling me. Now, when you come to the Wales, they have a centralized administration where the chief who were invaders of Wa from the Mole Dagbani area to this place. Now, when they came, there's these people from Mali, they call themselves the Wangara group, but they have a local name. No, they are not Zabarmas. They are this, what do you call it? So these people also style themselves as the imams. And they pray for the Wala chief. So when there is going to be an installation, there is the Tendana, there is the Froku, there is the chief imam, there is the Yarna, a whole lot. It's a gamut. But so I think that we have to find time and talk about some of these things.
We have to admit is that our cultural institutions are not static; they evolve.
Yes,
right? The British came to meet. Not everywhere did they come to meet a centralized traditional authority. They created some.
Upper West is one of them.
And they changed some of the relationships, and we have accepted them.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong. I mean, some of the Akan areas have evolved in Koswohin and other things that were not necessarily part of the traditional system, right? But it's evolved. So if we are also evolving a concept of traditional women leaders to fill a certain gap that is answering a contemporary problem, there's nothing wrong with us with it, because we are evolving our institutions to make them work for us. So I think the alienness or the foreignness of the concept and all of that is not particularly what we are interested in, as long as everybody understands that this is something that is being legitimately evolved by the customary institutions to fill a role in society. That is how we are going to progress, right? So I think it's perfectly fine as long as there are clear rules around it. How are we going to evolve these traditional women leaders? Maybe they may not have the same role that the Mampong Hima has in Mampong, because theirs is deeply rooted in tradition and culture. This one is a problem-solving thing we are doing to make. So, but I think we should be willing to accept that as part of the evolution. So it's perfectly fine if we have concrete proposals. If the chiefs accept it, if the community thinks there's a role, why not? I mean, we are not the ones going to create these things. It's different, even the National House of Chiefs. This is from the colonial period, right? The colonialists created the provincial councils and the joint provincial councils. These have evolved to become the regional House of Chiefs and the National House of Chiefs, and we have kept them. So we've kept a lot of these colonial institutions, and they are serving our purpose. So why can't we evolve our own to make it work? So I think the integration of chieftaincy and tradition into our governance, the principle is accepted. The question is, how do we get it right? so that we don't create more problems. That is where we are. Thank
All right, so, Chair, the fire service pleaded that they needed to say something. So, I don't know. If you are ready, you can come for it.
Thank you very much for the long-awaited opportunity, sponsored by the moderator. Adhering to the existing protocol. Mr. Chair, the Ghana National Fire Service, that is not how I'm going to say it. It is not properly represented in the Constitution. Because if you look at the Article 190, it is captured under the public services, but they've not gone into it in detail. The other observation too is that we realize that the Ghana National Fire Service is not part of the Security Council. And a nation's safety cannot be optional. I don't know, per several conversations, people talk about security, neglecting safety, and safety is very important. So I think we need to consider that and properly represent that in our Constitution. And to add to that, the Ghana National Fire Service, if you look at the Act 537, which shows the composition, the establishment, and then the functions of the current Ghana National Fire Service, clearly defines that we are to prevent and manage undesired fires. But if you look at the current situation, we engage in rescue services too, marine rescue services, land rescue services. I know in the air we've not gotten there yet, but very soon. So in properly establishing this in the new constitution, we would like that is also being considered, rescue services. The second thing I would like to add is about the council. I think my senior, the regional presence commander, mentioned something about the council. I will not speak much about it, but it's just similar. We also agitate that the chairperson should be somebody of the presidency or a representative of the president. Also, we want to add that there should be a constitutional mandate in making provisions for emergency services fund. Because if you look at our situations that we have, it's when an incident occurs, then we now turn and we start looking at our appliances, which are not in good shape. I think if we have this emergency service fund, I think we can always resort to that. And this can also help us to gain specialized training and get new appliances, and also to finance stations at undeserved areas. Also, I would like to talk about appointments. This issue, we are all aware. If I appoint somebody, you owe me one. So, and this goes to the security heads. I think if the president can maybe in a way be limited with the appointments of our security heads, it affects us a lot. I think they are here. So I'm mindful we are live. So I think the other thing too has been spoken about, and which is decentralization. So I will not go into it. But then, as a person, what I said is on behalf of Ghana National Fire Service Regional Command. But as the person, I think if you look at our growing community, global community, cyber is increasing. But I think the Constitution has not clearly captured a lot of issues by cyber crime and cyber security. So I think you can also implement that in our new Constitution. Thank you.
Your chief fire officer, when we had the meeting with the uniformed security services, the military, the police, the immigration, the fire service, they were all present. And I can assure you that your chief fire officer represented you excellently. Made a lot of. It's a woman, right? She was absolutely excellent. I mean, really made some very, very important proposals. So your original level proposals and the national ones are fairly in sync.
Thank you very much. My name is Sadiq Ouattara from Life Care Ghana. My submission is going to concentrate on Article 2481 and 2. That is this in a election of this in a local level governance, that is assemblymen and women. There has been so many submissions on this topic, but most of us think that going political may not solve our problem. But when you do a lot of this in the origin research into why so many women fail to appear at our local assemblies, not being partisan is one of the factors. Because our women folks, most of the time, suffer from this identity crisis. More especially, when the woman is married, and you are to contest a seat. They say that it's non-partisan. So there you go to your husband's village. You go there, they say that you go back to your father's village. This affected most of our women representation at the assemblies. That is the reason why in Upper West here, to the best of my knowledge, less than 10, we have less than 10 elected women as assembly people. But if it is partisan, parties can sponsor women because it's a platform for us to groom up and coming politicians. So if it is open, people will join we join through partisan politics. And we can also do it, we can vary it by going by representative approach. They are proportional representation, where people, underprivileged people will get the opportunity to be represented at the assembly. Most of our assemblies lack people with disability. They are not represented there. Why? Because we say that let's go to the ballot. People fail to vote for them. So we are thinking that if we are to go by this proposal, representation, it will open up the window for people who are ethnic minority, people who are underprivileged in society to also be represented. For this election of MMDCs, I think for that one, it has been overflowed, and I think that this is the time for us to reconsider this in electing our MMDCs, because most of the political upheavals that we experience in Ghana is as a result of this the appointment and termination of this in MMDCs. While the first time that we have this in division within the political front was this in the appointment of this in a DCE. So if this in we decide to go where this in a partisan elect them, I think it will solve the problem for us. Thank you very much.
All right, Chair, can I go on? Okay, there's a gentleman.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My name is Alhassan Innocent Gambiri. I work with Regional Environmental Health and Sanitation Department. I have two key issues. The first one has to do with the office of the First Lady, and that might be the Second Lady. I'm not sure it is clear in our Constitution their mandate. And we have seen in the past how some of them have been very useful to the development of this country. Example is First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, she mobilized resources to support development in Komfo-Anokye, which was very commendable. I want to plead and ask that if their role is that significant, is it possible for us to clearly outline it in the Constitution and empower them to significantly contribute to the development of our country in their role as first ladies? My second issue has to do with if there's a possibility of banning public office holders from accessing medical care abroad, and also banning them from sending their children to school abroad, as well as international schools, even in Ghana. Because you cannot have the Minister of Education having his children abroad while children in Ghana are schooling under trees. You cannot have the Minister of Health wanting to go to abroad for medical treatment, and we don't have dialysis services that work effectively for citizens of Ghana. So I think that if that is done, they would be responsible and ensure that the equal treatment and medical care will be good for all Ghanaians. Thank you so much.
All right, so, Chair, okay.
Like that, not exactly, but the current Kenyan Constitution has some interesting provisions around that. On the first lady and second lady, there is nothing in the Constitution about first spouses. So it's not a public office. I get your point that you think that they perform important roles, so we should make them either a public office or we should at least compensate them or give them some resources. I get your point.
So my name is Anthony Zindel, MC for Nandom. We all agree that it's time for us to elect our MMDCs. But my issue is, I'm not sure the election of the MMDCs is the most important thing. We should look at how they will function when they are elected. We have situations whereby districts, assemblies are not allocated funds to function. Now, when we elect MMDCs, how will we expect them to function? So I think our concentration, in addition to electing them, should be how resources will be allocated to them. There must also be a law that will make it compulsory for finance ministers to transfer money directly to them at certain points in time for them to be able to function well. Because if we think that there's a problem and the solution is just to elect them, and we are not looking at how they will function, it means that when we elect them, that problem will still exist. So in addition to electing them, we should also add another layer that will make it easier for them to perform their roles as MMDCs. Thank you.
Chair, can I go on?
My secretariat have alerted me that we are enjoying the conversation too much. So it's almost 2:45, 15 minutes more, then we will conclude.
So we take the state attorney will talk.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdul Shakur. I have a concern. It appears the conversation is that there is so much power concentrated in the president, to the extent that people are even suggesting that security forces should elect their own. We will create a Turkey or an Egypt if we do that. But for Erdogan, you all know what was happening in Turkey, where the military were actually ruling. They determine who becomes the president. Look at what Fattah al-Sisi did with respect to Morsi in Egypt. It's because the military are kind of insulated from. Once we give a political leadership to the president, he should have enough backbone and enough clout so that we can hold him responsible. To then create independent or parallel institutions that stand alone, sort of, no, it is very dangerous for our democracy. The second thing I also want to discuss is somebody talked about custodial sentences or pre-trial custody. I think that we must be very careful when we import ideas from other parts of the world. There are places where a child offender has, somebody who is a predator has an anklet that monitors his movement all over the place. The systems in the place are so developed that it is difficult for people to actually hide from the system. If you take somebody from Wa who is charged with robbery and turn him loose, and he moves to Donkokrom, that is all for the Republic. He will just open a beer bar in Donkokrom and be enjoying his life, and we can't have anything. We have not yet reached a level where we will deploy certain practices, especially in the fight against crime. We should be cautious. I am using this idea that all offenses are bailable as an example. Yes, that's the situation. So the system then has evolved in such a way that I'm being cautious. It is now for sale. The bail is now for sale. So people will commit heinous crimes and then find a way of getting themselves out in just 2 weeks or a week. And then some of them go back to the crime, or some of them now use the system to try to influence. When I speak like this, you know that I'm speaking from a position where hadn't criminal knock at my door because I am prosecuting them. In the former times, I would lock them somewhere and finish them before they even know what is happening. But now, after 1 or 2 weeks, you go to court, all the argument you deploy in favor of the state, yet somebody will say Martin Pebu versus the Republic. I said there was 14-4 before Martin Pebu. Article 14-4 of the Constitution says that if a person arrested, detained for a long time, regardless of the offense, should be admitted to bail. Is it not the case? So there was 14-4 before Martin Pebu. But the practitioners were cautious. Somebody pull up a gun, stand on this street, anybody that passes by the street, he takes the person down. He was arrested. This is a live case. He was arrested. We send him to remand. In less than a month or two, he was on the street, walking about. And everybody, the fire was on me. Everybody insulted me in this Republic of Ghana. Even people in this room insulted me. It was when I secured conviction that it put to rest the idea that I had not been influenced. Because the person is related to me. And we happen to be of the same tribe too. And these things they are active ingredients when you are looking at anything around Upper West. So in actual fact, I received a lot of insults because according to them, I had taken money and turned the person loose. But when I secured conviction finally, nobody came to even say thank you for what you have done. So I'm saying we should be cautious, especially crime, in the way we fight it. If we want to fight it like Europe, we will never succeed. Because in Europe, if you are committing crime, they will follow you and watch you until you finally put your neck in the noose. Here, it's not like that. So that is my humble.
Thank you very much. But I want to. So what is the solution? What's the remedy, right? So now we have Martin Pegu versus the state, which is basically like a little footnote to the article of the Constitution that's dealing with this one. What is your solution to this problem? I mean, can the prosecutors in the AG's department, on the law enforcement, on the criminal justice side, get together, make submission?
Yeah,
we receive submissions before here.
Yes, we are discussing it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you made a very important point.
Yes.
But if you could, you are lawyers too, just look at the provision, right, and recommend something that you think balances out rights and then the security, peace, and law and order concerns, so that we have a balance.
Thank you.
Right? And your point about the president appointing power, it's a very valid point. A lot of people, when they say, oh, the president has too much power, and therefore we should reduce the powers, I get your point that we should be careful again not to get to a point where you create a figurehead president who can do anything. So it's a balance between having power and then having the appropriate power. Security is not, it's almost everywhere strictly an executive function, right? It's difficult to have a situation where the police people are choosing their own IGP. We've had proposals like that, that because of this, let's let the police choose their own IGP. It is very difficult. I haven't found it anywhere. There's no constitution I've seen that allows that. People are concerned about partisanship and removal and all of that. There's a way to deal with that. But to take it entirely away from the executive or the chief of defense staff away from the executive and still have the commander-in-chief, it's a very difficult thing. But most people are not. So people are so tired of the president's powers that they are saying, oh, no, don't let the president. Then they'll go to the other extreme, and then we will have a very effectual executive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to associate myself with the comment by the leader of the bar, state attorney. The leader of the bar in the region. The president must be made to choose service commanders. That one is uncontestable because loyalty is very, very important. And I'm very happy with your last comment here that you made. So the president must be made to choose the service commanders. I think that's all that I have to contribute. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair. I think we have run out of time or something. But is the moderator also permitted to ask a question? Or is neutral? Is neutral. Okay, it appears there's a protest. I cannot ask a question. There's a protest. Okay.
Yes, please.
Chair, on a more serious note, I don't know, I wanted to take a look at Article 57 of the Constitution. 57, which talks about immunity of prosecution for the president, both civil and criminal. He's not liable until blah, blah, blah. I don't know whether we can have a second look at it because I read international news. You look at Netanyahu, who is in power, is even having the power to bomb other countries, is being charged for corruption. So why is it that even after the president is left office, for 3 years, you can't even touch him? So that's one thing I want us to look at. Then secondly, the scholarship secretariat. I don't know whether now it is meant for the needy but poor. Needy, brilliant but poor. If we can decentralize it and then make it look more transparent. There are a lot of guys I see around, particularly in the Upper West region here, who need support and they can't get it. And the scholarship secretariat is so far away that they are cut off, particularly the visually impaired and then the physically challenged. I think that's my question. On this note, once they are protested, I also protest for the thing to come to an end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think you have done a yeoman's job. Since 9:30, you have kept the conversation going and very robust. And on behalf of my colleagues here on the committee, I would like to thank you very much for a job well done. Maybe we should give him a round of applause. I also would like to thank His Honorable Minister, Regional Minister, for staying through and bringing us also his team of officers, the RCC as well as the MMDCs who have contributed both by their presence and by the comments that they've made. Thank you to our revered chiefs, our service commanders, all of you from civil society and various other walks of life in the region for coming to this meeting and really keeping the conversation very lively. We've taken copious notes. I see my secretary and I were competing at some point, checking to see how many different points he has compared to doing it with his laptop. I'm doing it with my own technology. But we've taken note of a lot of important issues that have been aired here today. And we can assure you that this is not an exercise in futility. I know many people are wondering, because of what happened with the 2011 process, that this is just another one of those things. There's a big difference, right? 2011, you have to cast your mind back to 2011. There are a number of things that have changed since then. We didn't even have bipartisan consensus around the need for change, the need for this whole process to change. I told you already, we have engaged various people across both divides, former presidents, vice president, others from the MPP side as well as NDC side. There is, even at that elite level, those who have actually managed the constitution, they are all ready for change. So there's a movement in favor of change, and we believe that with your support and continued and sustained interest in the process, that the political class cannot deny this opportunity that has come back. So I really, I cannot guarantee you, but I am almost certain that the report will go a long way to change some of the very difficult issues we have with the governance of this country, and that there will be definitely positive change coming out of this process. So you should keep engaged. Those of you who have very strong views that you think you can reduce to writing, please do so. We really would like to see your written submissions. It can be just a one page, doesn't have to be a lot, just one page letter. The format is up to you to choose. It doesn't have to be any formal, it is not a court, so you don't have to fit into any particular format. Just send us an email to submissions and submissions, it's plural, submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org, and the secretariat will respond. I think you will almost have an automatic response, and then they will put it in the catalog for the members. So on behalf of my members, both in person and online, thank you to the beautiful people of WA for making our visit here a productive one. We look forward to reflecting your important views and opinions in the reports that we'll be putting out. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.